Are we good? Looks like we are good. Yeah, I think we are. We are good. We're good. Are we live? Are we? Yeah, we are live. What's up, guys? How's everybody doing out there? Mount Vernon Kid here, back again. Um, Back home for the first time in a while. Well, back home. This is the first new open mic where I'm back home uh back home since my trip. I took a week off from putting up content just to relax. I filmed some things, but I didn't do edited and things like that. But recently I edited. I did the I did the MegaCon 2022 vlog adventure. I had a lot of fun. uh that took some time to edit because I had over I realized on my camera I had over eight 8 hours to 6 to 9 hours of footage on there. I filmed a lot. I didn't know I filmed that much, but so I had to edit and see just how much, what stuff was, what was needed, what was going to be used. And most of the stuff you see on the vlog vid is all the good stuff. A lot of the other stuff was just a lot of just me just filming, just seeing stuff. I was just like, didn't need all that. Hi guys, everybody who's coming into the chat, thank you. um a lot of the stuff was just, didn't need it. But this time around, um I did film that. So I had a lot of fun vlogging that, and I sent the video link to all the cosplayers that I interviewed in that video. And what I also did for the first time ever was actually put their social media account like underneath them. So if you wanted to go check them out, you can. It was fun. It was a lot of fun to do that. I had a lot of fun as well. Again at MegaCon, that's the second year I went. And I chilled with my boy Mr. Multiverse. That was fun as always. It was fun. It was a lot of fun to do that. You got to remember, guys, I'm coming from New York down to Florida. So the trip, let's talk about that for a second. The trip going down was okay, but the problem with it was that I was the problem with it was the problem I had was the fact that it was I was I had to get laid over in another city. Like going down, I left from LaGuardia Airport in New York. That's for all those who don't know, LaGuardia is in Queens. So I left from LaGuardia, and it wasn't a direct flight. I could not get a direct flight just from New York to Orlando. It was New York. I had to lay over in Miami for an hour. Let that sink in for a minute. So here I am in Miami's airport just for an hour, just waiting for my next flight to just fly me back up to Orlando. I'm like, oh my God. Like, and then leaving, leaving for the day, my flight gets delayed. Like it gets delayed, and I'm like, oh Jesus Christ! Like it got delayed. It got delayed, and then the American airline was offering me to take a different flight. Like, okay, take a different flight. And I was like, okay, no, I think I'll stay with the. And then there was a part of me that was just like, doofus, you should have took it. So here I am. So I wait. So once again, no direct flight from Orlando to New York. This time I had to go from Orlando to O'Hare Airport in Chicago, a city that I've always wanted to go to, but I couldn't really do anything because I was only going to be there for an hour. So here I am in O'Hare, and then there was something wrong with the plane, and then the flight gets delayed. I didn't leave O'Hare Airport until 8 o'clock Central Time. So by the time we took off, and by the time I got back to New York, it was like 2 o'clock, 1 o'clock in the morning. So I didn't get home until like 2:30 in the morning. I was beat. I was tired. I was like, oh my God. It was I don't know why there was no direct flights, but outside of that stuff, it was fine. Like Maricon was great. I told Gabi, Gabi, I told Multi, I said next time we do this, I'm a I'm a book a hotel that's closer to the Orange County Center because um, the hotel that I booked was a little far, and I didn't like that. I was like, last time I was there back in 2019, the hotel was like right around the corner from the Orange County Center. Now the Orange County Center is huge. It's big. And so there's a southern concourse, there's a north concourse, west concourse. So it's everywhere. But still the point was the hotel was fine, but it was just like I wish you had booked it closer. So I've always said, yeah, next time I do it, I'll do it again. I'll book it closer. MegaCon was great. I picked up a few things there, like in terms of like buying things. You can see in the video, like I wanted to buy some swords, and I was just like, I can't take these on the plane. It was pissing me off. So I was like, you know what? I'll just wait to another convention where I'm closer, where I ain't got to worry about that. So yeah, it was a lot of fun. I had a lot of fun at MegaCon this year. Got to try Wild Bill soda, which was great. And I got a link to their website, so I could buy their stuff, their product. So that was fun. Picked up it was fun. It was just meeting just interesting people and cosplayers. I got to cosplay for the first time at MegaCon. I was a unique Spider-Man. Once again, go watch the video. You can see me in costume in my Spider-Man costume. I cosplayed for 2 days. I cosplayed as Spider-Man, and I cosplayed as What If Star-Lord, when T'Challa was Star-Lord. So that was fun. The Spider-Man was great because I was the only one that was dressed in that costume. There was nobody dressed as that. And that was the one thing I wanted to stick out. I wanted to stick out, and I did. I made sure, and everybody was there, like, dude, what costume is that? And I basically was making up a costume. I made up a origins. It was so funny to do that. I was just like, yeah, well, I'm a Spider-Man from another universe, Earth 324. And I made up it was so much fun. But people was loving the costume. There was a Tony Stark that kept walking by, and he just kept saying, "You're not my Parker," and I was like, "You're not my Tony." It was like it was cracking up. It was funny as hell. So yeah, it was. I had a lot of fun with that, guys. But yeah. So I do recommend go checking out that. The last thing I put up was I put up the Black Adam reaction. Getting a lot of comments from that, and feedback on that. I continue to put some feedback, put input, because I do love talking to you guys. So continue to do that. But outside of that, yeah, I've been just chilling and recovering from MegaCon and things like that. I mean, I've been working, but it's just like I've still been recovering. So I took a week off from filming content just to okay, need to breathe. So it was a lot of fun to do that, just to breathe and catch up on things and things like that. So yeah. Mhm. So we have okay. I got two things open so I can see the comments. One to my right or your left. I have my phone down here to help. All right. So let's see what's going on. Live chats. And yeah, we got live chats here. Okay. All right. Okay, so let's answer some of your questions. You got questions, I got the answers. Well, my answers. So we'll start off with the Ego Shadow. What's good, Ego Shadow? Hey, man. Hey, what's up? First question. How was your time in MegaCon? I just was just telling you guys I had a great time. Had a great time. Uh, had a great time. The funniest thing about when I the funny thing about flying, I'm not afraid to fly. I'm not. Um, but I do fear takeoffs. There's some reason takeoffs, I am not comfortable with takeoffs. Like when plane takes off, I'm like this, like for some reason, I don't know why. And it used to never be that way because I've flown from Europe to the States. And yeah, I was a baby then, but still, I got older. When I got older, and I went from Germany to California, California to New York. So I've done it. I got when I was older, so it never really bothered me. And then when I started flying, on my own, it was fine until like later in like probably like 25 or 26. Then that's when I'm like, okay, takeoff, and I hate takeoffs. I'm like, oh Jesus. So it creeps me out a little bit. But yeah, I had a great time. When I was on the plane, I was reading my book, which I do read. I do read a lot of books, and not just comic books. I was reading. What's my book at? I can actually show you guys the book I was reading if I can find it. Here it is. All right. Yeah. This was the book I was reading on plane. It's by James Patterson. I'm a big James Patterson fan. James Patterson and J.D. Baker. It's the first time in print. It's called The Death of the Black Widow, and it has nothing to do with Natasha Romanoff. It is a crime story about a Black Widow who is going around killing people. So it's really good. So I'm not finished yet. I'm on chapter 44. It's a thick book. So, but I'm a big James Patterson fan. So that's what I was reading on the plane. So I had a lot of fun with that. So yeah. Your next question is: are there any plans for more conventions this year? Yes, indeed. Next convention I definitely know I'm going to go to is New York Comic Con, and I'll be home. So New York Comic Con 2022, I will be there, and I think I'm going for 2 days, just for 2 days. I've never gone to. I've only gone to New York Comic Con once. Of all the times I've gone there, I've only done it once for all 4 days. I've never done it for more than that. But yeah, I'm gonna do it for. I'm gonna do it for 2 days. I think I'm gonna stay in the city that day. Instead of me going home and coming back home and going back down into the city, back up home. I think I'm gonna rent a hotel and stay in the city. I will be cosplaying again. This time I will be cosplaying as a character that I'm finally going to bring to life. Who is this character? Well, let me explain it to you. This character is so you guys probably all remember the anime Outlaw Star, right? You guys remember that series? I'm hoping you guys have or seen that. So if you haven't, you are booted out of the pack. No, I'm just messing with you. No. That series came out in 98. And in 1998, I was I was 16, 15 when that series came out. And when I finally saw it, I fell in love with that world. And I was like, oh, this is so cool. And the one thing I also realized is that Gene and the gang didn't have a lot of allies. Everybody was after them. I always felt like they needed more help at times. And so me being my creative nut, I started creating the character in my mind before I started kind of writing it down. like, oh, okay, this is what this character looked like. And I came up with the name Shadow Reese. And I was like, he would be an ally to Jean. I remember writing, oh, okay, he's gonna have an eye patch. He'll have one eye. I always loved, why he would have one eye. He'll have long. I even at first I said he was just gonna have short, and then I kept changing the hairstyle, and I said dreadlocks, and I was like, okay. He'll have a sword, and and I even put he also will wield a caster. I was like caster gun, and so I was like, and so after I did MegaCon, I was like, you know what? For New York Comic Con, I think I'm gonna bring this character to life. And so I was like, yeah, I'm gonna do it. So yeah, one of the days I will be cosplaying as Shadow Reese. I look forward to taking pictures and letting you guys see what I look like as this character that I had created back in the day when I was like 16, 17 years old. So yeah, but yeah, I do. And the other convention that I am thinking about, because I usually when the years come, I usually try to do at least 3 conventions a year. And the next convention outside of New York Comic Con, I'm very much contemplating on going to Baltimore Con for 2 days as well. I wanted to do MegaCon, I'm not Mega, I wanted to do Awesome Con this year, but it came before, and I was just like, but that's still on the list. I have a bucket list of conventions that I want to get to that's still on the East Coast before I start heading out west. Everybody asks me like, will you do this con, or will you do this con? Are you going to do this? Are you going to try to do this? And I have a bucket list. I have a bucket list of conventions that I want to get to, but still, being that I'm on the East Coast, there's still conventions on the East Coast I want to hit before I start heading out west and things like that. Like, the big one being San Diego. That's the other big one. And I definitely want to do San Diego. But yeah, I am. Those are the 2 conventions that I got planned that I want to do this year. That I have planned this year. That I most likely probably will try to do those 2 years. So yeah, definitely. Next question you have is I'm sorry I'm spending so much time on the questions, guys. That's just me. I do spend my time. Did you see the Black Adam trailer? Yes, go watch my reaction. You'll see. You go watch it. I put it up. So thank you for the question, Ego Shadow. Next up from Black Jester. What's good? Thoughts on the first episode of Ms. Marvel? And are you watching Obi-Wan Kenobi series? Okay. I am not, first and foremost. I will give my. I'm not gonna. I'm you know me, guys. I'm not doing episode by episode reviews anymore. I do just a whole review of the series or so. But I can tell you the first episode of Ms. Marvel, which aired yesterday, in one word, was fun. It was fun. It was beautiful. It was colorful. It was what I was expecting from a Kamala Khan series, and it's everything I wanted. It was a lot of fun. As for Obi-Wan, yes, I have caught up completely on all 4 episodes. I like it. I like it a lot. The series takes place 10 years after the prequels and before the New Hope and all, New Hope, the Empire Strikes Back, and Return of the Jedi and all that stuff. Um, I like it. I like the idea of Obi-Wan kind of trying to find himself again. Like he's kind of not truly connected to the Force as he used to be. It almost seems like he's almost a broken man in a sense because of his failure to Anakin, which I can understand in a sense. He was, you know, supposed to train him, and he was supposed to be, and he failed. Uh, and more importantly, he just sees like a fail, and I can understand that. Young Leia, Princess Leia, is adorable, and she has stole my heart. I love her. I love her bravery. She's still as young. She's 10 years old, but she's fierce. Like she don't back down, which I love. And uh, um, I also like also the like I said, and hearing James Earl Jones' voice come out of Darth Vader is just over the moon. It's just like that was my biggest scare was okay, they're gonna do Vader, but will it be James Earl Jones? And it is. I'm like, yes. So I'm good. I'm loving it. So yeah, I am loving the series. Once the series is over, I will give my full review on it. But yeah, they're great. They're great. Thank you, Black Jester. Next up, Lorenzo Smalls. You're killing me, Smalls. You're killing me. Uh, question: as a pack member and a patron, will there be any exclusive content on Patreon? Yes, there will be. There will be exclusive that won't be on YouTube. There will be exclusive content just on the Patreon. So for Patreon members, and I have added a new Patreon. Uh, so now there are uh, six Patreon and the lowest I can go for a lot of people because I know there's a lot of people, I've had a lot of people say, I want to join your Patreon, but, so now I've lowered it. There's one that's just for $1. Like you can go for $1 and, you could be a part of it, all the content that go up there. So there will be, right now, I can give you one of the exclusive content that will be on there called Fan Casting 8. Fan Casting 8 will be me taking an actor or actress and casting that said actor or actress, 8 characters. So yeah, the first episode will be all about Miss Kiki Palmer. So I'm looking forward to doing that. And you'll see the 8 characters. I think Kiki Palmer would smash. Uh, that's just me. So, but Kiki, as we all know, Kiki Palmer's been she's putting in that work as of late. She's going to be in Buzz Lightyear. She's going to voice a character in that. She's doing Nope. She just released another series. I forgot what it's called. It's Annie, um, where she is believed to have. It takes place in the 70s, but she thinks it's like the 1800s, where when slavery was still going on, but it's not. I still need to watch that, but yeah, look, she's putting in that work, so I'm proud of Kiki. So yeah, there is exclusive content, and yeah, I did make a perk that is just $1. So people could get on there if you want. Um, you don't have to go for the big ones. I'm not judging anybody. But I know Smalls, you just became a patron, so I appreciate that very much. That is number 7 on the list. So thank you for the 7 Patreons, my Patreons, as I call Uber pack members, because you are. So thank you. Next, Xbox Clown 89. Hello, everyone. What's good? Quentin Blake, what's good? Xbox, it's been a while, man. What's good? Yeah, I see you've been putting up comments on old videos. That's cool. Quentin, do you want to see a crossover with the Ninja Turtles and Daredevil? Absolutely, I would love to see that. That's one crossover I am dying to see, and um, I would love to see it if Marvel would stop playing dick measuring contests and stop doing that. Yeah. So yeah. Uh, no, I'm texting. Somebody text me. All right. Let's see. Moving on. Xbox Clown. As long as we was on the long travel with my parents from Maryland to Alabama, I can remember how frustrating that had been. It wasn't that it was frustrating. It was just I wouldn't because the thing about it was me being in O'Hare Airport. I was in Chicago. That's where I was stuck at coming back to New York. You know, I was a little upset. I wasn't upset. It was just that they weren't the booking, for they weren't saying anything like, okay, what's going on? Because they kept changing the flight time. It went from I was supposed to leave out of O'Hare 4:45 p.m. Central Time, and I would have been back in New York. That's about 8 o'clock or so, because yeah, Central Time is an hour. In New York, so we're an hour ahead of people in the Midwest and everything like that. So yeah, something like that. So yeah, but it kept changing from 4 to 5, 5:30, 6:30. They weren't saying anything, and then so finally, by the time I'm like, so at that point, I'm like, are we going to be staying in this airport? Like, because that's how I was like, and no, we left out at 8:30. So it wasn't that was it was the frustration came from, but I'm a patient guy, but the frustration was coming from, just, you know, it was coming from the means of getting there. And I'm just like, what the fuck? Like, like what is going on? Like, seriously. Um, and that was the problem. That was the issue that I was having with it. I'm like, yo, what the hell? And outside of that, that was it. But it was fine. It was like, as God is willing, I got home safe and sound, and I kept in contact with my brother Malcolm. I was like, yeah, okay, I'm here. This is where I'm at. This is where I'm here. So they knew what was going on. People, my loved ones knew what was going on. So I wasn't like keeping them in the dark. So yeah. Brill David, I'm glad that you're back. It feels like forever since you did a live. Well, not really. I did a live stream prior to leaving for MegaCon, and I did a live stream when I was still in Florida, and I was showing off like what I got from MegaCon. So it's nice. You just probably didn't get notification. That's why I always tell you guys, hit that bell, hit the bell, so you never miss anything. How you feeling mentally and physically? I'm fine. I'm the one thing I don't like about flying at times is airplane ear. I hate that. And so when I'm on a plane, I usually put earplugs in my ear because I hate that. I hate, different altitudes and your ears start popping, I hate that. So I put in earplugs to keep at the same altitude, and I have an app that tells me when, okay, you could take it out where they're at, their altitude is fine. You could take it out. The air pressure is fine. Take it out. So I do use that. I do use earplugs. I don't like it, but still, you're still going to get a little bit of airplane in, and I hate that because like when you get airplane there, then you can hear when you swallow and everything. I'm like, oh, I don't want to hear that. Like, it's weird. So yeah, but I'm fine physically. Why does Godzilla protect Earth out of instinct, or is it just lesser of evils? I think it's more in case it is his home. When somebody come in your territory trying to do bodily harm, do you think when you want to protect it? There you go. Think about it like that. Travis, what airline then you used to go to Florida? I used American Airline. I think that was the one. Yeah, American Airline. Uh, hey, Marion. Hey, Chris. Uh, Xbox. I think I got a question. Do you plan on buying Capcom Fighting Collection? Yes, I do. I always buy those collection uh, compilation games. I always do that. Okay, your next question is: I wish I could show you my new Joker comic I got not long ago. It was meant for Joker's 70th anniversary. Oh, that's cool. Quentin, Gorg the God Butcher versus Kratos, Prime Kratos. Who wins? Well, the God Butcher has killed a lot of gods, and to me, Kratos is only a demigod. He's not a full god, and I don't know why people keep thinking that he's a full god. He's a demigod. He's not. His one of his parents is human, is mortal, while his dad is Zeus, making him a demigod. not a full god. I don't know why they keep doing that, but I still may give it 50-50. Time changes a lot for adapting comic books, man. Back when I was a kid, some good movies, but great shows. Now it's all over the place, including video game. Marvel is killing it. It's great to see. It's for me. It's great to see as someone who has been playing video games since I was 6, reading comics since I was 10, and seeing them get adapted to movies or TV shows. Hollywood still is lacking with video games. Video games still they still don't seem to know how to mesh well. Some of them. Sonic is a good example of greatness. Um, to me, they still are lacking. Like I still have not watched the Uncharted movie. I know a lot of people say don't watch it, but I got to see for myself. Was it bad? Um, the Resident Evil. I don't know how Hollywood keeps messing that up, and I don't give two craps about that Netflix series. Don't stop changing stuff that don't need to be changed. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. But they still seem to screw that up. But as for with comic books and things like that, they know how to somewhat adapt because you know what? Because they get people that care. Kevin, don't say anything bad about Kevin Feige because that man has proven that he cares and cares about the source material. Because that's the first thing that people need to realize is that these comic book movies, there's the source material, the books, the books. Nobody complains about the Harry Potter movies. And where did the Harry Potter? Where's that stuff come from? The source, the books, the Hunger Games, all that stuff. These are adaptations from novels. And I don't care what anybody. Comic books are source material. Comic books are books of literature. That's where they come from. Just saying. So yeah, it does make it work. Marion, you keep extracting comments. Okay. I've only been to OtakaCon, but me and my wife would love to go to cons to go in the near future, man. Yeah, yeah. I mean, I love going to conventions because to me, I'm just around my people. I'm around people. Nobody's judging you. Nobody is looking at you like, oh my god, like why are you dressed like that or something like that. And don't get me wrong. My family knows that I love this stuff. They know that. I'm 40, but I'm 40, but I'm still a big kid. I'm a 40-year-old kid at heart. I know how to balance my adult life and my child side, but these are the things that make me happy. And this is the same thing I tell people all the time about, in terms of finding somebody. You got to find somebody if your significant other that can respect that this is things that you like. I'm not going to judge you on anything. If you are a brony, a male who loves My Little Pony, I don't judge you. I ain't judging you. They're not for me, but if you like them, that's fine. I'm not judging anybody. I got plenty of friends that are bronies, and but I don't judge them. I don't judge them at all. But when I'm at conventions, nobody looks at me differently. Nobody says, "Oh, you can't dress like that character because of this," or things like that. I'm not going to do that to anybody. And I see people dressed as characters I love, yeah, can I get a pic? Can I get this? But I am not one of those. And the one thing I don't appreciate about conventions now is that we're starting to see a lot of fucking perverts coming out of the woodwork and thinking, oh, because these women are dressed in this way, that gives you the right to touch them in any way. And it happened not too long ago in New York Comic Con, for sure. It happened. A young woman was dressed as a very sexy but authentic black cat. And this dude followed her around everywhere, even into the women's bathroom. And shit like that scares me. And shit like that, if I see shit like that, then you better believe I'm gonna do something about it. I'm like Captain America, man. I see something going south. Yeah, I'm gonna jump in to try to help. And you seeing stuff like that, and I hate that. I hate seeing that. Yes, these women are dressed as these cops. Don't get me wrong. I've seen when I was in MegaCon, I saw women dressed as beautiful, authentic. There was a woman girl that I interviewed dressed as authentic Firestar. And I was like, you look great. And I asked her, I was like, is Firestar your favorite character? And she's like, yeah, I love the character. But there was not once did I ever like eye her down and like, oh yeah, like, hey, can I get your number? Thing like that. It's not what I'm here for. Things like that. Those are the negatives about conventions that I don't. But the negatives, the positives outweigh the negatives always. So it is a pleasure to go to conventions, whether they're in your local or going out of state. I love doing it. I love it. Um, Cyborg, 1999. If Black Adam was in the Marvel universe, which hero would he clash with, and which villains would he interact with? Thor, Thor, Blue Marvel, Ms. Marvel. I can see him clashing with the Hulk. I see him clashing with Namor, Black Panther. Um, just ego wise, even Doom, I can see him and Doom would not get along. They would not. So yeah, those are definitely a couple people. Which Marvel character would join the League of Assassins? Uh, I guess like you could say Elektra in a sense. Lady Bullseye, Typhoid Mary. There's a couple of people. Marion, I know you prefer to know nothing about Joker, but do you think it's possible that, like Batman, something very traumatic happened to Joker and it made him what he is now? More likely, but it's it's not knowing more that in terms of like his origin. I've always felt like we didn't. You don't need to tell his origin, and they've always tried to differ from what it is. But the fact is, like his the mystery of not knowing why he acts the way he is scary. That's the scary part about it. But that's also the reason why you like it. For example, Michael Myers is a good example of that. Why does he do the things he does? Nobody really knows. Why did he just go around? He just went and killed his sister when he was a little boy. Why? Nobody knows. What set him off? What set him off? Nobody knows. What set him off to just start chasing and harassing Laurie Strode when she was just babysitting? It's just those are the certain things. It's different from Jason Voorhees. We kind of know why he's the way he is. We know why he's the way he is, but with Michael Myers, we don't know. We don't know. It's the mystery about it that makes him more scary. And it is the mystery of why Michael Myers is probably the only iconic slasher horror icon that I am really kind of scared of. Like, he kind of scares me because it's like you could see somebody like that in real life. Like, that's the scariest part. You know, there. So Lorenzo Smalls again. You're killing me again, Smalls. I'm sorry, man. Like, your name, I'm gonna always say that. I'm a big Sandlot fan, so when I see Smalls, I'm like, you're killing me, Smalls. But okay. Thoughts on Fat Q leaving Marvel? Joe Quesada has left Marvel. Um, I'll be honest. Um, I wish him the best, wherever he goes. But as much as there are a lot of things that he helped bring to the industry, there's a lot of things that he did in the industry that I still don't forgive him for. Like, and I'm just not just talking story wise. It's just like, that wasn't needed to do. To me, he's one of the reasons why we never got any more crossovers between DC. They wanted there's an article where they talked about the planned Marvel DC crossovers for like the early 2000s and stuff. There was going to be another crossover between Batman and Daredevil. Never happened because who? Because of him. Because of him and Didio and their ego trip. Those two, like, so yeah, I wish him the best, but it ain't. That's why you won't see a video of me talking about it. It's not worth it, in my opinion. It's not really worth it. The Batman Who Laughs versus Alucard. I'm still going Alucard all the way. Which DC characters would join the Hand? Uh, it depends because the hand is a lot different. You don't just join the hand. You don't just walk up and say, "Hey, I want to join you." No, they don't work like that. It's different. Uh, in Godzilla versus Megalon, there's a robot called Jet Jaguar. Could Jet Jaguar work in the MonsterVerse? Yes, it could. Uh, do you want to see a Darkness movie starring Keanu Reeves as Jackie Estacado? I would love a Darkness movie, but I don't want. I could see somebody else playing Jackie. I would want somebody younger because Jackie is younger. He's young. He's not older. He's young. I love Keanu, but I don't want him just casted as every long-haired, black-haired. you know, it is what it is. I'm just saying. I don't need him playing that character. Do I want do I want him in a superhero movie? Yes, I do. I think he needs to return, but I not Jackie Estacado. I don't. No, not him. There's someone else that can play him. So it would make sense. What Miser? Did you see the She-Hulk trailer? I did. Guys, I seen all those things. Hit the notification button, guys. I'm serious. Like, so you get notified. I did a full reaction to the She-Hulk trailer and everything. Go check it out. Like, I hate to sound like a fuddy duddy, but it's like, yo, when you ask me these questions, it's like, then that means you guys are not. Are you really subscribed or are you not? Like, because they're right there. They're all there. Just go check it out. Um, Yeah, I caught the wrestler. I caught Otunga up in there, which is ridiculous. I could care less. But yeah, I mean, he has a law degree and everything, and he got done dirty by Jennifer Hudson. I feel bad for him for that. But yeah. Yo, Chris, how are you? I'm fine, Chuck. For years, I wanted to know this. Back when I had the other account among the handful of fights you covered on fantasy fights, my last one was an epic 3. What are your reactions? Uh, they were fine. Like I said, I haven't done the fantasy fights when I moved them to its own channel, which are fun. There is still plans of bringing it back. I still have plans of bringing them back, but right now I'm focused on my main channel right now, which is this, and right now because a lot of my channels are under construction, quote unquote, because I'm planning to do some things with even my gaming channel. My gaming channel is I haven't been on my gaming channel. I haven't put new content on my gaming channel in a while. So I got to start putting stuff soon. But yeah, what's up, Chris? uh, so yeah. Let's see where we at. Brio. By the way, I seen the vlog and the Star Fire Causeway was hot. Yeah, and that Nightwing was her boyfriend. So please, yeah, the Nightwing was her boyfriend. But yeah, thank you. Which looks looked better, the Gotham Knights. Oh, come on. Okay, look, I'm all about respecting creativity, but this is where I have to put my foot down and be like, CW, you bunch of idiots. You're trying to you're trying to you're basically trying to live off the hype for the Gotham Knights video game. So you make a series under the same name for what? For what? That trailer looked shit. Okay, it looks stupid. It's just typical CW bullshit. To me, it's time for DC or one of it's like, okay, no more DC properties on CW unless you're gonna do it right or do it with respect. Because I'm tired of this. This is ridiculous. The best CW property, I mean DC property on CW is Superman and Lois. Okay, Flash is just there now. Do I still watch Flash? Yes, but they rush through a lot of major Flash stories so fast. There's nothing more to tell with this. I mean, you did a whole nearly a whole story around him finally getting his iconic yellow boot. Like, what? Like this, that's the sheer stupidness that I'm talking about. Um, stupid. How stupid is that? It just made no sense. But yeah, this is stupid. You're not even look. So let's go down the list. Okay, let's talk about this the because now it pushed my buttons now. Because was I gonna do a video on the CW Gotham Knights? Not really. If I did, it was gonna be a full rant. I haven't done a rant video in a long time. But yeah, here we go. Let's talk about it now. So you're not even doing so here we go. No Dick Grayson, no Jason Todd, no Barbara Gordon, no Tim Drake, no Alfred. I didn't see no Alfred in that trailer. No Damian Wayne, a character, one of the few Bat characters I hate. I hate Damian Wayne. I don't like that little shit. Okay. I like Jason Todd more than I like him. None of those. But you bring in Duell Dent, pretty much. Who's the daughter Joker. You got Stephanie Brown, okay. But you bring in a Robin who's not even freaking really canon in the main DC universe. Carrie Kelly. And Batman's his son is not even it's like, what is this? What is this? The question is still going to, and then the question also is going to be, who killed Batman in this universe? It's like they don't know how to do. It's like they don't even let Batman truly be Batman in these series, and I hate that. It's like almost like, no, you can't do Batman on small screen no more. You can only do him only in the movies. Bullshit. Okay, but the problem is it looks terrible. It looks stupid. It's dumb. It's stupid. It's you're just trying to live off, and people are saying it already. I guarantee you that show is going to probably, mark my words. I hate to say it, but mark my words. That show is going to get 5 episodes and it's going to get canceled because the ratings are just going to tank because nobody gives a flying fuck about that show. If you're not going to do the Bat Family right, don't do it at all. It's bullshit. It's stupid. You just trying to live off. It's stupid. Once I remember when I read on Deadline that they were doing a Gotham Knights TV series, and I'm like, I'm trying to keep my words soft and sweet, but no, this is stupid. Uh, if Ra's al Ghul was in the Marvel universe, which heroes would he'll be just a Marvel villain, period. So anybody would go after him. Do you think media being hypocritical on Johnny Depp and what do you mean in terms of like Johnny winning? Yeah, of course. Of course there's going to be a hypocrite on that. A lot of stuff. Of course, there's always going to be that case. Because in modern society's mind, no, a woman can't be the aggressor in a relationship, or so they can't be the abuser in a relationship. It's that stereotypical crap that I hate, and there's fucking evidence of it. So yeah. What are your thoughts on upcoming remake of Resident Evil 4? Yeah, I like it. That was good. That was real good. Um, I was real. I was like, okay, that's nice, real good. New engine work, new is cool. But I wished once again, I still wish Capcom had did a remake for Code Veronica before Resident Evil 4. If there's ever a game that needed a remake like they do for these games, it was Code Veronica. Resident Evil 4 didn't really need it. That's just me. But now as you can see, they're trying to connect 4 to 8, the village now. And I'm like, I see where you're going, but you know, So let's see. The Gotham Night Eater reminded me of Gotham High comics. Do you feel the same? Nope, because I don't like it. It's stupid. Looks dumb. It looks bullshit. Should have never been made. A waste of time, especially with the fact that you're not even bringing in any of the Bat family that should be there. It's bullshit. It's stupid. I don't care. It's going to get canceled, and when it does, whose fault will that be? The idiots that created it. Bullshit. Uh, let's see. We got Smalls and JPX Art. Thoughts on Street Fighter 6? Yeah. Been waiting for that. Hell yeah. Oh yeah. It's great to see the Street Fighter franchise is moving forward uh, in terms because this game takes place after Street Fighter 3. So the characters are older. They've gotten older. They're new characters. I love it. The only thing I'm having issue with is people jumping on this stupid bandwagon of Ken is gone broke and things like that. We don't know. You don't know because the game directors have not come. You're speculating, and the problem is it wasn't even out a damn week, and I started seeing art renderings and all this stuff on Twitter and Instagram of artists making Ken with his hand out saying, "Please, sir, can I have some more?" Doing the Oliver twist. I'm like, you're burying it to the fucking ground with this shit. You don't know why he's dressed that way. You don't know. So stop speculating until it comes out like, okay, this is the reason why he was. Now, I have my speculation, but I have my speculations that he's in a depression because probably the loss of his master. Because they've already announced that there's a reason why Ryu is dressed the way he is now dressed. And I love it. He's still, as great as he is becoming, he still feels that he's not there yet. That is the mark of a true martial artist. If you feel that because you have a black belt, which I do, in any kind of mark, that means you're a master. No, it doesn't. If you don't, you're always improving, you're always learning. And to see Ryu like that, I'm like, yes. To see Chung Li look older, she looks older. She looks very elegant, but older, but still look like she found peace and tranquility. Because he even says, the game director even put up like, okay, now that Shadaloo has fallen, like, yeah, she's found peace, and it seems like she's found tranquility. And I'm loving these designs for these characters, but you don't know. But I'm loving everything that's coming out of Street Fighter 6, just the whole concept of how the fights start when they walk out and they're ready to go, and or you can make scowls at people. I was like, oh, I like this stuff. I'm liking this new engine. I'm loving it. It's 20 supposedly. They leaked the roster. I say that because to me they did that on purpose. Because there's too many people who are too impatient. They got to know what. So the elite roster, 22 characters up front. We know there's probably going to be DLC characters. That's fine because I'm looking forward to seeing what these characters, some of these characters, like I hope and pray that it is a DLC character of adult Sakura or a young adult Sakura. Like I want to see Sakura as a young adult now, like what she would be like after 3. Like, I have this feeling like she'd probably be jacked. Like, I always feel like Sakura would get legitimately jacked. She would look like a fitness model, but still be a badass and still want to be trained by Ryo-san, or, still being inspired, but also, I want Mel, I want Ken's son in these games. But I mean, I don't know how old Ken's Mel was in Street Fighter 3, but he was still like a boy then, and so, but still, I want to see it. But it's great to see these characters. I'm looking forward to. I'm glad to see they're moving past and going into the future now. We're seeing, like, I know there's some people that hate the fact that Chung Li, she don't look the way, I'm like, yeah, you know why? Because you're fucking perverts. y'all perverts, y'all just want to see this, and then they putting up renderings like this is the Chung Li I want, big booties and stuff, and I'm like, you do know that this is just an artist's rendering of that character, okay? The character's gotten older. I love seeing that. It makes you. It's like, man, as I gotten older, I want to see these characters older. Many of these characters have true birthdays. Ken and Ryu were born in the late 50s. So they should be technically in their late early 60s. You see where I'm coming up with that? So yeah, they should be getting older. I love seeing it in Virtual Fighter when you start seeing those characters get older. You kind of somewhat saw it in Tekken, but yeah, I like seeing these characters age. It's cool. You see it in Mortal Kombat. Look at that. All the older characters, like look at an older middle-aged Johnny Cage, an older Sonya Blade, an older, this and older that. It's great. That is the cusp of what you want for a character. Evolution. You don't want them just staying here. And the fact that Street Fighter 4 and Street Fighter 5 were taking place in between Street Fighter 2 and Street Fighter 3, it was just like, okay, move on now. Let's go. Let's move on. So yeah, I'm loving it. So, but thank you guys for asking me about Street Fighter 6, because I was hoping somebody was going to ask that. Yes. My only real complaint about Hunger Game movies is I wanted more. Hey Mitch, laughing out loud. I only read a little bit of the novels, and my biggest problem with the Hunger Game is the whitewashing. There you go, because Jennifer Jennifer Lawrence's character, she's supposed to be black. It is specifically said in that book what her character that is described in detail, what she looks like. And yeah, the whitewashing is something I don't like. I hate that. So yeah, I wasn't really a big fan of the Hunger Games, like the movies. I didn't care, but I read a little bit of the books. For me, I'm always like, okay, what's different from the books and the novels? And as soon as I read that, and I'm like, I'm like, wait a minute, are you trying to say her character is supposed to be black or just a person of color? And I'm like, typical Hollywood whitewashing. Hey Caroline. Which Resident Evil Netflix series is the one you don't care about? The live action or the CGI series? The one that just recently came out, that live action garbage. I care less about that. I don't care. Not at all. Not at all. So the Ezra Miller situation is looking worse. I've heard this. I read somewhere that a family just came out. They were activists and they were at Standing Rock and all that, and he did something, and I'm like, but you got people that saying like, don't you think this is a little late for you to be coming out with this now? Yeah, I do, but let's be real. Ezra Miller needs help. He needs serious help, and he needs some help. He needs serious help, and Warner Brothers needs to fire him. Give him. They need to. They need to give. They need to. Needs to be some consequences for his actions. I don't care if he's filmed Flash or not, or everything like that. No, you doing all this stupidness outside of your work. You need to lose your job. You don't bring that kind of crap into the fold. Nobody. He's throwing. He's got all the shit that's going on that was happening with him in Hawaii. All the stuff that's happened. That woman that he choked out in Germany. It's like, what the fuck is wrong with you? It's like you are a stupid prick. You were given a. First of all, I never cared for him as Flash. Okay, I'm gonna make that perfectly clear. Never cared for him as Flash. I thought it was the worst casting ever for one of my favorite DC characters, Flash. But if it means that Barry Allen goes away in the DCU and is replaced by Wally West, be my guest. Because I don't want Barry Allen's name tainted with that jerk. That idiot needs help. I'm sorry, he needs help, and he needs to. There needs to be consequences to his action, because if it was somebody, an actor, if it was an actor who looked like me, look, I guarantee you that, yeah, we're gonna let him go. Okay, there, he needs help. Venom, God of Light versus Superman. I I don't know. How do you think Peter Parker's superhero friends would react if he quit being Spider-Man after finally having enough of all the tragedies, events in his life? It depends on the heroes that are cool with him. Cap would understand, but he would also uh, give him definitely some encouragement. Daredevil, his best friends, Daredevil and Johnny, would definitely understand, but also be try to give him some encouragement. Um, but I think it wouldn't just be the hero; it would be just the whole of New York, not knowing that one of their premier superheroes is gone. You think people wouldn't be looking up and hoping to see him web sling across? Peter Parker, yeah, but I guarantee you, yeah, there'll still be Miles around, but still, people would miss the OG Spider-Man. They would miss OG Spider-Man. Indeed, they'd be like, "Wait, where's? Okay, you're good, but where's the OG Spider-Man?" Because if I was in the Marvel, I wouldn't be stupid. I'd be like, "You're a Spider-Man, but you're not the one that I know." Uh, let's see. Travis, Michael Myers, just pure evil. Yeah, he is pure evil, but still, it's the it's the mystery of why he does that is makes him even more scarier. That makes him scarier. Oh my god, it's kind of getting hot. Okay, let's turn that down. Okay, all right. Ooh, that's better. Got this light on me, so it's probably me. But yeah, it's because of his. We don't know. Again, it goes back to that his first kill of his sister. It's like, what was going through this kid's head? Why did he do it? It's crazy. Uh, which DC hero, man? You Cyber, you asked a lot of questions like this. Okay. Which DC characters would join Guardians of the Galaxy? I could see Hawkman, uh, definitely a Thanagarian. So Hawkman, Adam Strange. I could John Jones, Miss Martian, all those. I could see those characters joining. Um, I could see if we're going with human characters. Uh, there's a few, but for some reason I could see Firestorm on the Guardians of the Galaxy. Uh, will Kingpin in the hand? Will Kingpin in the hand beat the great villains of? Um, well, the hand Kingpin doesn't run the hand, so not anymore. He don't. He ain't nowhere. He don't. But um, Kingpin versus Shredder would be a pretty decent fight, but overall, but Shredder would win. He would win. Kingpin is good. Don't get me wrong. For a big guy, he can move pretty fast, but eventually Shredder would kill him. You know, um, and the reason why I say that is because if Daredevil could beat Kingpin, Shredder can beat him. Curious question, because who is your favorite Jennifer Hale role? Who is your favorite Jennifer Hale role Mine is Black Cat. I love Jennifer. I want to meet Jennifer Hale so badly. She is one of the she is one voice actor or just actor that I want to meet. That is on my list to meet. Jennifer, my favorite Jennifer Hale character has got to be Commander Shepard. She killed Commander Shepard, female Commander Shepard. The ring, the dialect that you have with her is great. I love that. What is your reaction when you saw Nemesis from the first time in Resident Evil 3? What the fuck? Like, and I'm like, okay, well, I'll just run through it. Hey, kicker. And I'm like, he's still chasing me. Like, what the hell? And then when they did the remake, it got even scarier. I'm like, okay, this motherfucker, like, the quick boom, he come in front of you, and I'm like, you. So yeah, stars. So yeah. Let's see. If Mortal Kombat were to do another spin-off a game, this time with Scorpion, this time as well, what would you expect to see? I don't know. I mean, Scorpion is my favorite Mortal Kombat character, but I mean, I guess Master Hanzo, you would want to see like maybe I'd probably want to see like how he became the Grandmaster of the uh, Shirai Ryu, things like that, and things like that. I could probably see that, but I don't see those games doing well with Mortal Kombat. Yeah, they tried it with Special Forces. They tried it with Sub-Zero mythologies. But it's just like it doesn't work. It doesn't work. Um, I'm excited for Bat Wheels than the CW Gotham Knights. Bat Wheels. What's that? I don't know. I'm got which Marvel villain? Which Marvel villain would be a great villain to the Green Lantern? Uh, I I don't know. It's kind of tough. It depends. You know, because I'm looking at the cosmic side of the Marvel universe. I'm like, could Thanos? Yeah, you already throw Thanos in there, Terrax, or I would definitely throw a Nihilus up in there, Blast Star. A lot of characters from I can see, but yeah, something like that. Any other questions? Stay safe and strong. If you have any questions, I will save them for another. Thank you, Duel. Thanos would be one. Okay. In the previous question, you said Ra's al Ghul would be a good for the X-Men. Why do you think that? Like I said, he'd be a great villain he would be a Marvel villain. X-Men is because simple. What does he want? What does the X-Men want? What does Xavier want? I should say. He would not. He would not. He would still feel like they don't need. They don't. They his mind would be like trying to twist everything Xavier is working for. So yeah, people like to jump conclusions. You damn right they do. Just because you're talking about your designs, personally, I do like them. The classic design should have been default. Um, but I like I said, I like the designs for them. They look different. I mean, they just showcased Guile's new look. I mean, Guile, he's now wearing almost a complete flight suit now, but it's sleeveless. He's now rocking a goatee. I think a full goatee beard. But he's still got the hair. He's older. But yeah, it's cool. I like seeing it. I'm glad Ryu still has his beard. I like that. I like bearded Goku. I mean Goku, bearded Ryu. I like that. And him wearing like more of a Buddhist like sash, like his Master Goken. It's cool. I like that. What are your thoughts on Akuma's design? Could Akuma's design just continues to get more demonic? And I'm like, perfect, because that's what it's supposed to be. His name, Goki, is So demonic. Perfect. Let's see. Let's see. Which villains would be same thing? Thanos, all those cosmic villains, Terrax, all those characters would be a wait. You said DC. Oh, sorry. Well, yes. Any people from Apocalypse, Psycho Pirate, all those characters like that. Okay, if the rumor story for Ken is true, Capcom did them dirty. If it has a meaning, then no, it's not. Because somebody brought up a rumor saying that it probably is he's going through the depression of losing his sensei or things like that, and everybody deals with depression differently. Ken is no different. I'm not even worried about that. Never a fan of Street Fighter, especially. Get out, get out, get out, get out, get out. I don't. No, I'm messing with you. Be careful what you say. Don't easy. That right there. Never a fan of Street Fighter. You bring Hurricane out with the quickness, don't. So I'm a. No, I don't think they mean anything. And you can't blame Street Fighter on the not success of Tekken. Tekken, Street Fighter Cross Tekken. It was a good try to do, but to me, even though I still feel that the Street Fighter should never have crossed over Tekken in the first place. To me, their worlds are a little different, way too different. You know, there are some aspects of mysticism and that you see in Street Fighter that is in the Tekken. That's mainly with the Mashiba family, outside of the Devil Gene and all that stuff. But outside of that, that's it. Tekken seems more suitable to be crossing over with like Virtual Fighter and things and DOA and things like that. That's where it should have went. And we're gonna see that too. There is the characters from Tekken going to be crossing over with Virtual Fighter, so I'm looking forward to that. Do you think Mystique would be a good villain for Batman? Terrell. Mystique is just a terrorist, so she could work with anybody. So yeah. I swear I'm the only one who's not hyped for Street Fighter. Then yeah, you're the only one. You're the only one. Be alone with that one. I'm sorry. I just on Street Fighter, which is moving on from the current storyline, the current timeline. A Street Fighter that is evolving evolving what not to like about it. That's silly to me. I we saw the evolution of Mortal Kombat. Great. Street Fighter needs to do that too. You have to evolve. You can't stay complacent in the same because it's supposed to be evolutionary. It's supposed to be for everybody to pick up. Not just for hardcore fans like myself who remembers growing up with the original Street Fighter from '87 up until now. I hate people kill me when they like, man, I've been a Street Fighter fan since this, and I'm like, okay, that's nice. I know my stuff, and I'm like, yeah, I've been a fan since '87. Did that make me any better than you? No, but you assume it does because of what? I hate that. I hate when people try to play the veteran card. I don't do that. If I can educate you on then that's fine. What I'm gonna do, but people just can't take that in any other way. But to each its own, man. Like if you don't like it, that's fine. I ain't hating on you for it. But the fact is, you probably are alone in that. I'm just saying. People forget Ken and Guile are brother-in-laws. No, I didn't forget. Yeah, Eliza is Giles' sister. So yeah, a huge different first book wise. Okay. Hey, I gave a video request a while ago. I'm sure what you're aware of it. Did you receive it? Yeah, and I told you I seen that already. That's why it can't be something I've seen. So I told you, Matthew. Yeah, and I replied, yeah, I've seen that before. If it's something I've seen, then it's not a good fit. So, and you also have to be aware, also, once again, of Matthew, of what your and another thing, Matthew, what you have to be aware. Shoot, the fuck? Okay. Okay. Another thing, Matthew, that you have to be aware of is let's let's go to Patreon. I'm gonna go to Patreon for everybody um who and we're gonna go to the we're gonna go to let's go to the oh Jesus Christ. Okay. Let's go to the memberships. I just want to make sure people understand what exactly for Matthew especially. So if Lorenzo, if you're still here, I want everybody to keep track of this stuff. So Lorenzo, are you still here? I'm still okay. Around. All right, cool. So let me and Matthew, if you're still here, it's let's let me see the public page real quick. All right, here we go. Public page. All right. All right. Now, my levels, the membership levels. Okay. Now, Matthew, um, your membership level is your what are you again? Okay. You are gamma level. Okay. Now, you are gamma level. And what that means, once again, gamma level is because now I have two people at gamma level. Gamma level is for once again is meaning that the perks that you have at gamma level is it's not it is either it is well, let me just read it. Patrons at this level uh, handpick two comics that I'll read and I'll record a review of, and you'll get access to that. Basically, it could be a trade or it could be a single issue. Um, that and but you also are able to do requests from other, or you get all the other levels. So if you're at gamma level, you can do things from delta level or omega level or everything like that. I just want people to understand that. Um, Beta level is where you basically are able to request 3 videos from me, and I'll do it, whatever it is. And the biggest one is alpha level, where basically you get to request 10 videos from me, and I'll do that. So and you need to understand the levels that you're at. That's why it's very important if you are thinking about joining that you understand the levels. And I saw Matthew your link, and I saw that, and it was the Spider-Man versus Batman from Screw Tact, and I saw that video years ago. I saw that video years ago, and I don't know what did you want me to do a reaction to it? I couldn't because I already saw that. Your level is not requesting videos. Your level is basically requesting is requesting uh, your level is requesting books for me to read. Like, and there's a lot of comics I haven't read, but that's your level. I hate to be that, but yeah, that's why I always tell people, like, make sure you read the membership Patreon levels so you can understand what they are. Because if you don't, then yeah, you're going to get confused. Um, I have two people at the gamma level of I have two level. I think, yeah, I have two levels. No, I'm sorry. So, and so I do have levels of that. Smalls, you're at um Smalls, you're at Lorenzo, you're at gamma level. So you the ones that you can request 3 videos from me. J.R. Davis is another one that has joined. He was my 7th, and he just went for the dollar, so he could just comment. But yeah, you gotta keep track of what you guys are because it's very important. If you don't, then yeah, you're gonna be confused. You don't. You have to be on that same level. I know. I'm waiting for who am I waiting for? I think I'm waiting for the other book for one of my Patreons. I already got one of them. I'll show it off to you guys. I purchased this not too long ago. It's called Kill or Be Killed by Ed Brubaker, Sean Phillips. I'm a big, and so I got to read. I'm looking for the other request, so I'll get to that and I'll read it and I'll review it. So yeah, just wanted to let everybody know. So okay. What are the levels again, Lorenzo? Oh, all right. Okay, so I'll let me refer to that again. All right. Okay. I'll show you all the I'll name off the levels. Okay, so I'll name it off. I don't know if you want it, but it's okay. So support level is $1 a month. That's the lowest I can go on my Patreon, and pretty much that is it's just thank you for support. Thank you for that. You with this basically you anything that is exclusive to Patreon, whether it's polls, things like that, you can support it. And then you go to Omega level, which is $3 a month. And Omega level, Patreons can ask me 20 rapid fire questions, and I'll answer that. And you get everything else that came before that. Delta level is that's the 50 per solo 50 questions you could ask me. I had a lot of fun doing that last time, and that's $5 a month. And you can do anything prior to that. And then you have gamma level, which I have 2 Patreons under this level. And gamma level is basically you handpick 2 comics, whether it's a single issue or a trade, like I just showed you here. And basically, these are what you requested, and I will purchase them and I will read them. And trust me, I've heard of this, but I've never read it. So this is going to be fun to read. Then you got beta level. Beta level, I have 2 people at beta level. Smalls and an old friend of mine is at this level. This is the level where the perk is really about you can request 3 videos from me, and I'll do reactions or whatever it is you want me to do. It's what I do. The big one is the alpha level, which is the $20 a month thing per month. That's 20. Beta level is 15, and I appreciate everybody who does that, and I appreciate everybody who has just joined my Patreon in general. I have one member and I'm still waiting for Lee Cullivan to give me his videos of requests. But that video, that the alpha level is the big one, because that one is really where you're helping me in a sense, because one, not only are you requesting 10 videos from me and I'll have to do them, you're also helping me with my sweepstakes, my Geek Sweeps prize giveaway. So you'll be able to help me you to put whatever I want in that sweepstake box. So yeah. And you could do anything else you want from in all the previous levels you could do. So yeah, it's crazy, but this is this kind of stuff that people help me come up with. Like they basically said, work to your strengths, Chris, with the Patreon. So I'm like, okay, I'll work to my strengths. So yeah, that's it. All right. So I wanted to do that. All right. So going back to the questions at hand. What time is it? Oh man, it's still early. I thought it was later. All right. Let's see. Where did we leave off? Okay, still talking about Hunger Games. Okay. Also, do you think Bullseye would be a good villain for Batman? Yeah, they fought before. Who should play Pitt from Image Comics? Pitt. Well, first and foremost, Pitt is a very big character, if you know what I mean. He's a big character. He's a big dude. Like, that's a big dude. So more than likely he would probably be more CGI than anything. But I can't really say in terms of that, because with the TV series, or the movie that's coming on Peacock for Twisted Metal, they're using Samoa Joe is going to be Sweet Tooth's body, but the voice will be Will Arnett's going to be doing his voice. So you see where I'm coming at with that? So yeah, it'd be interesting. What is your point of view on the newest Nev Campbell? I heard about this, and she makes good points, about, in a sense, she does make good points about, the money. I hate when it's about money, but she is one of the founding members of that franchise. So I can understand a little bit of her, like, you if you want me back, then, it is a passion project. It is something that she got pretty famous off of. That's, not a lot of people watched a lot of stuff that Nev was in before Scream. So, but yeah, I mean, there's always going to be a part of me that's also going to be like, it's kind of greedy. I hate when it's just about money, but it is, I can see it both ways. Thoughts on Casey being in the Shredder's Revenge? Looking forward to that game too. Would you have preferred if Gale Weathers got eliminated instead of Dewey Riley? I wouldn't have. Dewey's death hurt. His death hurt. And I was glad when I spoke to the Ghostface, Tyler, who was Ghostface at MegaCon, about that. And he said that death hurt. That death did hurt. And I was more hurt because also I was pissed off of who killed him. Because when she announced that she killed him, I'm like, this 90-pound twig is the one that. That's why I always say there's got to be something with that suit. When you put that suit on, it's got to be demonic possessed or something because she lifted Dewey up off the ground, and I'm like, and then you see who it is. I'm like, what the fuck? I'm like, that 90-pound twig did that? Fuck out of here. Fuck off with that. Like, that's what really, but seeing Dewey die, it pissed me off, because Dewey, he kind of hit rock bottom. Like, he hit rock bottom, and, he was the sheriff, and you was happy for him. And then, you thought, oh, him and Gail their opposites are going to attract, but it didn't work out. But she still loved him, even though they weren't married. I like relationships like that. Even though you're not married, you still love him, or her, but still, it's just like, oh man, Gail got shot again in the stomach. These people's scar tissue in their stomachs should be, they're probably so immune to getting shot, or Sydney is so immune to getting stabbed. It's like her body's like, oh, we got another nice one. Oh, it'll be all right. It's like, it's ridiculous. But yeah, it's like, God damn. But yeah, that I wouldn't have want any of them. I wouldn't care for any of them. No, I don't. So it looks like they're already going to cut Amber Heard or reduce her to 10 minutes. My interest is revitalization. Is yours? I felt, look, why don't you just recast Amber? Why don't you just recast, recast Mira? That's all. Unless because of the fact they already filmed stuff with her. But to me, recasting Mira. I mean, there were for me, there were several actresses that I felt could have played Mira before Amber Heard. Same thing with Flash. I'm like, there's plenty of people that could have played him before Ezra Miller. So yeah. What do you think? This from Matthew Mann. What do you think about what's happening if Tatum Riley lived to be in? Oh, if she lived in Scream 2. That would have been interesting. But for 6, we know Peyton is coming. Peyton is coming back. Who was in 4. Which, first of all, I love her. I love the actress who plays her, and it's hard for me sometimes to see her cry. Like, I'm dead serious. Like Hayden, when Kirby, I loved her character, and I loved Kirby. I was like, Kirby's my type of girl. I love that. And there was talk like she wasn't dead. She survived the knife attack by Charlie. Rory Culkin killed her. And my problem with Rory's response or reasoning for it is such childish bullshit. Like, I can't stand that shit. I can't. Oh, 2 years now, you finally talk to me. I'm like, and this is where it comes down to, we men need to learn how to either learn to respect a like, okay, well, it didn't happen. It didn't work. Like, you got to be prepared to get accepted or get declined. Sometimes that's how it happens. But the fact that fucker, when he did that, I'm like, you bitch. Like, you son of a bitch. But I mean, even in Until Dawn, I made sure Hayden never died. And there was one point she almost died. And I said, nope. I cut that off real quick. I was like, hell no. Nope, she's not dying by the Wendigo. Because there's one point where the Wendigo is stalking her, and she's coming around the corner, and it looks like she looks right at you, and she knows you're there. And she's just like, I'm like, oh my God. And I'm holding this controller like this. And I'm like, and some reason they said I moved. I'm like, I didn't fucking move. And then so I turned that game off real quick. I was like, hell no. I started that over. I was like, no way is Hayden dying. I will not allow her to die. Like anytime she's crying, I just want to hug her. I'm like, please don't cry. Like, just don't cry. I got a weakness, and she crying is it breaks my heart. I'm like, ugh. So the fact that Kirby is coming back, she better not be the killer. I'm gonna be fucking pissed if she is. But there could be if she is, could it be justified of why she's the killer? Just saying. But yeah, but Tatum, I wouldn't mind. You know, I think Mr. Fear would from Daredevil's Rose Valley would be a great villain. Yeah, Mr. Fear could. New school Mr. Fear that Ed Brubaker and them remade. Old school, not so much. I do want to say that the record, since you done two fights from me for Blackheart, I absolutely hate the movie. Of course, everybody hates the Blackheart movie version. I was just watching Ghost Rider not too long ago, and I was like, the first movie still holds up. There's still some scenes in that movie that I really love. The first transformation, still love the jail scene where he beats up the guys in there, and then he turns to the little black kid. You innocent. I'm like, ooh, that still gets me. Him riding with Carter Slade, the not really a Ghost Rider, but he's the real Phantom Rider. But yeah, I love that, and I still like. But Blackheart in that was just terrible. And if they ever bring Blackheart in, and there's rumors that there is a Ghost Rider project in work with the people that brought Stranger Things, and I'm like, oh my God, if that is true, give it to me. I want it. I want it. I want that. Yes, because they already announced that there is a Thunderbolts project in work. So I'm like, okay. So yes, but the fact of the matter is, Blackheart in the first movie was terrible. Like, I don't want to see this pretty boy. I'm like, it's just that's not Blackheart. Like, even if he was Blackheart, if they were going to do that for the majority of the movie, at least I wanted to see, okay, this is just a cover. Demons usually have a human form, but you want to see, show me what you really look like. And then I would have loved to see the skin pop off. Here's what I really like. I was like, that would have been a nerdgasm for me, but it wasn't. It was bullshit. And we didn't get it. So I always look at these later movies prior to the MCU, and I'm like, trust Feige could probably do it much better. And he can. Yeah. Do you think some sitcoms should be based on more real world issues, not just like for laughs? You get that. Go watch. You get that. You want to believe that? Go watch. It just ended. The series just ended, but Blackish was a comedy, but they dealt with real issues on that, and it was good shit. And I love that. So yeah, when you blend it, it's great. Thoughts on the Prey trailer? Gotta watch it. First and foremost, let me give shouts out to my friend Chris Notarelli of Blinky 500, because Prey, the concept of Prey, he did way before the movie. And you don't buy that, go to his channel, Blinky 500, look up Warrior. It's the same concept that Prey is doing. Same concept. There are some differences. The difference is Native American, true. Female, same thing. Difference is the Yautja, two female sisters. At the end of it, she is able to kill one of the sisters, and she earned the Yautja's respect. That's how it ended. And I have always told Chris I told him once, like, when he started, because he doesn't like it. And he even approached Disney like, yo, this is my idea. Give me my credit for it. And that's the problem. Some of Hollywood and that's Hollywood. They will take ideas and Never. But then there's people like Sophia Stewart who fought a long battle to get her credit for The Matrix and Terminator, and she won her case. She won it. So, but yeah, I liked what I saw, and when that movie comes out, I'll be watching it in its native tongue because they are going to present the movie in English and in the Comanche language. I'm watching it in the Comanche language because that I once I'm watching that trailer, I'm like, this would be so cool to just to hear it in the Comanche tongue. I want to hear that, and now you can, and I'm watching it. I do not fear subtitles. There are too many people in this world that fear that. Like, I don't want to watch subtitles. Like, it takes like how many to read that, and then you still looking at the movie. I don't want to hear them speaking English. I want to hear them speaking. I want to hear the natives in their original tongue. That's what I'm going to watch. But I am looking forward to Prey. You could see where some of the, work, some of like the CGI bear. I was like, oh, that bear looks a little too CGI. But I'm looking forward to it. But I will always give credit first to my friend Chris Notarelli because he did come up with the concept, and I think he should get credit for it. A lot of sites are even giving him credit. Yeah, he came up with this idea first, and I've said it like if you don't want to take it to court, you should, even if it's, but just to prove like, look, when you guys were coming up, I already had made this already. Just I feel for him though. What do you see as a irredeemable or unfixable quality or qualities in fictional characters? Uh, Irredeemable rape. I don't fuck with anybody who's a rapist or things like that. Fuck you. Fuck you. Killing, same thing, but rape or people ask me all the time, like, how do you like Hank Pym? He's a wife beater. He hit. People have thrown the hit out of proportion. He hit Janet one fucking time. It was one time. It was an accident. But then let's take Jeff Loeb and Mark Millar in the Ultimate, and let's up the ante with that hit, which is why I fucking hate the Ultimates. I hate the Ultimates. I hate that. They always wanted to make so if you remember in the Ultimates, not only did Hank hit Janet in that, he got big and started hitting her. And I'm like, what the fuck, man? Like, what the fuck is going in your head when you're writing this shit? I'm like, when you're writing that, like, what are you thinking? Like, oh yeah, that'd be great. No, that's fucking stupid. It's stupid. Ultimatum, another one, stupid. Like, just because the Blob is big and fat doesn't mean you have to make him a fucking cannibal. That was so stupid, unnecessary. I don't like Ultimate Hulk because he eats people. I'm like, what the fuck gives you to think that Hulk is a cannibal? Like, why? Why are you doing that? That makes no fucking sense to me. So I hate the Ultimates. There's certain versions of the Ultimate characters I hate. I hate Ultimate Captain America because he's a fucking prick. He's nothing, and their reasonings are for why they is just. Quesada said it. We need to make Captain America dark and gritty because as his way. Is Quesada always said there's no way that this guy went through the darkest days of World War II and never killed anybody and blah 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 and all this bullshit. I'm like, who the fuck cares if he killed somebody? Like, I don't care about that. Like, you still have to have character. And you just made Captain America, Steve Rogers, a fucking prick. In the Ultimate Universe, Captain America, Steve Rogers, is a borderline racist. He's a borderline narcissistic prick. Because when the way he talks to Ultimate Falcon is, I'm like, are you hearing this guy talk? Are you hearing what this guy is saying? I'm like, I'd have been knocked this dude upside his head if he had talked to me like that. Like, fuck that. The way he was talking, he said, I remember the Ultimate Captain America, Ultimate Falcon crossover they did. And Steve Rogers, when he saw Ultimate Sam, he's like, so you're my backup? Like, the way he just was talking to him and looking down on him, he is like, look, I worked with a lot of the colored soldiers in World War II, and they were nothing. They were pathetic. I'm like, to me, I'm listening to this, I'm like, this fucker is disrespecting my grandfather right now. I'm like, fuck you. Go fuck yourself, you prick. Like, I hate Ultimate Captain America. I hate him. I hate him. I hate him. I hate him. And then they tried to redeem him later on, but it was too late. Too late. Too late. Damage was done. It was done. It was done. Chris, I just wanted to say, since I found your channel, is definitely making my days better. Never change in any way. Thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you. Okay. Do you believe Spider-Man could defeat Savage who? Zagdargo? Okay. Draco or what is it? Let's see. Yeah. I don't know who that is. I gotta look this guy up. I'm trying to. Who? I don't know who that is. Sorry. Is that a MMA fighter or something? I don't know. I've been trying to figure out that shirt. Is it Power Rangers? Zeo Prime Zord, Assassin's Creed, or Yu Yu Hakusho? Are you talking about this? No, it's just African design. That's all. I got it. I got it. It's a whole outfit. Um, so uh, you can't probably see it, but let's see if you can. All right, you see, shirt, shorts. It's a summer outfit. That's it. That's all it is. It's not a has nothing to do with has nothing to do with like Power Ranger or anything like that. No, just a shirt. SNK bosses was hardest. Who was the hardest? Uh, I know a lot of people say Rugal. Rugal was tough. Orochi was tough for me. Yeah, Orochi was tough, definitely. Was Red Skull always a monster as far as you know? Yes. The Nazi. They don't get any worse than that. Red Skulls and you know, you're a Nazi, you know, yeah. 3D fighter or 2D fighter? I like both. It depends on the franchise. To me, especially if you've always been a 3D fighter, stick with that. But some have been able to balance 3D and 2D, and I like that. But yeah, I like both. Who would you like to see in Street Fighter 6 that they already have in? Sakura is definitely one of them. I want to see older Sakura. It is time we see older Sakura. I hope Sean comes back. Fei Long better be in it, because after that bullshit crap that was coming out about, you know, oh, Fei Long won't be because the Bruce Lee estate, Shannon Lee and the Bruce Lee estate don't want it because it's a disrespect to her father. She came out and said, "We have no idea what you're talking about." It's bullshit like that I hate. That's why I don't believe everything that comes on the internet or Twitter and all that stuff. And you know who that came from? A composer of the Street Fighter games. It was stupid. It was stupid. Like, what is wrong with you? Why would you put that? I made a video about it. I'm like, you got to be stupid to think that Fei Long is being disrespectful to her father. Because if that's the case, this is how I looked at it. I'm like, if that's the case, and this is where you got to use a little common sense. If that was the case, then why didn't she go after the Marshall, the Law family? Why didn't she go after Jan Lee from DOA? Why didn't she go after this? It's like, no, it's stupid. These characters are not being disrespectful to her, the great Bruce Lee, one of my idols and mentors in general. No, it's actually paying homage to just how great his legacy is. You got characters in here who are homage to him. Fei Long, Forrest and Martial Law, Jan Lee. They show and I think it was the ending of his ending in I think DOA 5 or 4. You see in him where he was inspired from. He watched Bruce Lee. So it's like, how's that being disrespectful? Stupid. Guy's a moron. That idiot was stupid. Should Casey Jones have a spin-off series of his own with April O'Neil? He has in the comics. In the comics, he did. I wouldn't mind. This might be unpopular opinion, but I was angry that CW canceled Legend of Tomorrow. I absolutely loved that. Yeah, I did. I fell behind on Legend of Tomorrow, but I did like Legend of Tomorrow. I like the concept of what they were doing. That was somewhat original, and it was an easy way of incorporating characters from the past or stuff into it, which made sense because they're dealing with time travel. It was great. I didn't mind that. Wasn't shocked that they canceled Batwoman because that was just on Def's ear. Def was knocking on that door a long time ago. You know, once they're recasting and everything like that, it was, Ruby Rose left, and then they said her character died, but then Kate Kane was back. She was alive, and then I'm like, so why don't you just bring her back? They just had a different actress playing her, and they even explained why she looks different, and it was just like, it's stupid. It was just dumb. Do you watch Teen Titans Go? Fuck no. Sorry, hell no. God damn no. You crazy? You gotta be you out of your mind for me to watch that show. Good God. I enjoyed the Teen Titans cartoon, most of it, not all of it. There were episodes I loved, but the Teen Titans Go, no. Because, no, I can't with that show. Who is better hunter, Craven or Predator? Predator. That's what he lives. They live to hunt. They're a hunting tribe. Do you think it's ironic that Destroyer was created by the oxygen destroyer, the weapon that actually has been killed? Kinda, a little bit. I never really thought of it like that, so no. Would you like to see the UFOs in it? Guys, how many times have I said it to you? I want to see every Marvel character in the MCU, even the ones I hate. I want to see them because I want to see how different will they be. So that includes Daken, that includes the Sentry, two characters I fucking hate. I hate those characters. Daken, I'm starting to lighten up with now. But the Sentry, I still do not like. I hate that character. The character should just be a villain. Stop trying to make him a hero. He should be a villain. I don't know if you've seen the show Supernatural. If you have, this should be a fun concept. Why not have them and John Constantine crossover like they've done with the Scooby-Doo? I know they did the Scooby-Doo. That was for fun. It was fun, but I don't know. They're just not going to do it. Supernatural, to me, they started running their course a long time ago. I thought they ran their course once you kill the devil, you kill Satan. I'm like, that's it. Okay, you're done. No more. You're done. That's it. But they kept going. And I'm like, why do they keep going? I did like the ending of seeing Dean and Sam meet in heaven, and they embraced. I thought that was great. That was nice. And now they got a prequel coming out of showing how their mom and dad met. And I'm like, I ain't gonna. Which James Bond actor does the best portrayal of the persona? I will always be I will always be biased to the great Sean Connery. I will always be that way. Sorry, I will. I will always so. Um, my favorite Jennifer Hale voice are Felicia Hardy from Spider-Man, Sam, and Man Mandy from Totally Spies. Mass Effect's been collecting dust on my. You are seriously pushing it, dude. Like, I don't want to hear that. Don't be telling me Mass Effect is cruel. One of the greatest games ever, series ever, collecting dust. Are you crazy? If Deathstroke was in the Marvel universe, do you think he would clash with street level heroes? Street level heroes, any hero. He's another one that would be a villain because people would want to hire him to try to kill him. I could see him being hired by the hand to try to kill Wolverine or something like that. And yeah, he get got. And he realized, yeah, I could see him going after Black Panther. Yeah, and you're gonna be ended up being limping back, you know. So yeah, I can see a lot of stuff. Him and Captain America. I could see him and Punisher going at it. Yeah. Should Ethan Hunt be more deadlier than James Bond? Depends, because you have to remember the movie version of Ethan Hunt is way different than the original Ethan Hunt. That's why I always tell people, like, okay, you like the movie version, but check out where the real source, where it came from, so you can understand, okay, that. So check out the original Ethan Hunt first before, but no. Let's see. How should I still know what you did last summer at the how I still know what you did last summer has been done in a fine story aspect rather than a horror section. Hmm. I guess. Who is more outright evil or wicked, Akuma or Bison, based on their motives and action? Bison. Akuma, he has morals. Just because he looks demonic like that, he still he fights people with honor. He doesn't fight dirty. He's always looking to fight somebody's true strength. But he hates people who dwindle their strength by using weapons and things like. He hates weapons. He hates. You go read, like, when if you beat people who, like, let's say, what's her name, the spy, shit, I'm forgetting her. Crimson Viper. Go beat her and read what he says about her at the end. He's like, you disrespect me with your puny weapon. He hates that. Akuma has honor. He will not fight anybody who is hurt, or, yeah, he has morals. Bison, don't get me wrong, he's evil. There's a difference. Do you see Sonic, Tails, and Knuckles as a great comedy trio? I see them as a great trio in general, not just comedic. They work well. Go watch that second movie. They that second movie showcased how good they could be together so well. I loved how they did that. I loved it. I was just like, yes, there we go. It's perfect. Do you think Guile daughter should be playable as if he taught her how to fight, or she learned how to fight? For me, fighting game wise, Mortal Kombat, Killer Instinct, Darkstalkers, Soul Calibur, Tekken, and Marvel's Capcom should being my favorite, although I like Skullgirls. All those games are great, but all those games owe one fighting game bow down. and that's Street Fighter. If it wasn't for Street Fighter, none of those other games would have came out, would have been made. And don't think and don't and nobody better come and say no, that's not true. It is true because all the producers of those games were influenced by Street Fighter. Ed Boon has talked about Street Fighter in many interviews and saying, yeah, it was Street Fighter that gave us the influence to create Mortal Kombat. There are others, but Street Fighter always gets the homage, always gets the bow. Yes, because almost in every fighting game, there is a character who is supposed to be their version of Ryu. And don't tell me there isn't, because there is. Okay. Okay, good. Okay. Do you think the Hatchet series is of far-milked horror movies? I've only seen one Hatchet movie, and I thought it was good. I thought it was good. A little gory, it's kind of gore porn, which I'm not a big fan of. I don't like horror that's just all about gore, and just gore porn. You got to give me more than that. It's just that's just me personally, but I don't. Oh, okay, I got you. I haven't been on Patreon in a while, so that's fine. It's all right. It's all right. What do you think? What would Baki think of Ippo? I think Baki, two characters like Ippo Makanuchi, Baki Hama. I think Baki would look at Ippo and respect his prowess, respect his boxing skills. But however, Ippo Baki would know and tell Ippo, as good as your boxing skills are, especially for someone who came from the bottom and worked his way up, they couldn't defeat me. Baki would be straight up real with him. Like, you're good, but you won't beat me. And that's true. And if you don't believe that, go see what he did to Ali Jr. He proved like boxing is good, but the boxing still has a lot of flaws. And it does. It does. And he beat the crap out of Ali Jr. real quick. He made woodwork out of him. It's not even funny. But he would respect Ippo's strength, Ippo's power, Ippo's ability. Just to hear him say this kid came from the bottom, worked his way up to the top, and became champ. Baki would respect that, but still, he would let him know, like, yeah, if we fought, no, it was not. Okay, I'm sure you're into. Of course, I love anime. I'm sure in the. Can you name some of your favorites? Favorite animes? Rurouni Kenshin. I'll leave out. I love the Dragon Ball franchise, but I'll leave those out. I'll leave out Sailor Moon too, but those are classics. But I love those Sailor Moon, Bleach, Naruto, all that stuff. I'll leave out. I'll try to stick with animes that probably a lot of people, even Yu Yu Hakusho, I'll leave out. But animes that probably not a lot of people have heard of or just don't watch. Like I said, I'll use Rurouni Kenshin. I'll use one of my favorites, but I'm a big Detective Conan fan. But in the States, they call it Case Closed. But I've been watching that since day one. That's over 900 plus episodes. I love Berserk. I love Baki. I can't wait for the anime for this Chainsaw Man. I'm looking forward to this anime to drop. I just got this. This is the final chapter in the first arc before chapter for the next arc begins. So yeah, there's so many animes like I like. I'm a Gundam nut. I love Gundams. That's anime. It's just so many. I'm an anime nut, and I try to watch as much as I can. But I try to pace myself. I usually watch 4 animes a pop, like, and I'll keep track of what episode I left off on. Okay, I left off on this episode. So, but yeah, I'm an anime fan for sure. What are your favorite mustache twirling kind of villain? I don't really have one. I don't really look at that. Like, it's always funny that some villains have the Dick Dastardly mustache. Like, but I don't look at that. I really don't. I don't. Hey Chris, with how's things? I'm good, Perry. Quinn, with will Moon Knight will be a good ally for the would Moon Knight be a good ally for the Turtles? Depends. It really depends. What the hell? Oh, it depends. It depends a lot. So yeah. Let's see. Legends of Dragoon. Yeah, I love that game. That's good stuff. Are you looking forward to X-Men 97? Yes. Look at my face. Yes. Should the Craft film have had a sequel or um the way it ended? No. Uh, or the way it ended? No. I feel like it was a good one and done movie. Nev Campbell was in that. She was in that. But no. Do you plan on collecting any Spider-Man costumes? All of them. There you go. Just recently, they released the Midnight Suns game that's coming out. They released a trailer, and Spider-Man is in it, which I knew he was. And they showed his Midnight Sun costume. I was like, that costume is fire. I'm like, I guarantee you that costume is going to be made into a bodysuit soon or no, because it was dope. If Billy Loomis was not one of the murderers or killers, did you still find him creepy and sketchy, even though, yes, Skeet Ulrich played that character too well, and he was just creepy. Even I mean, listen to his name, Billy Loomis. It just screams like a serial killer name. But yeah, I mean, he was creepy. He was. Are you gonna see Jurassic Park World Dominion? Yes, I am. That's one of the top 5 must see movies for the summer for me. And yes, Dominion is definitely on there. I don't like Who Killed Dewey either, but while she was small, she was also full of rage. Don't discount that. Yeah, testosterone rage can only go so far. There's only can go so far, and that's been proven from bodybuilding to everything. Testosterone rage, that's different, but still, there's no way that 90-pound woman could lift up. Dewey had to been more. I mean, how tall is David Arquette? David Arquette is at least 6 foot tall. He's, okay, David Arquette is 5'10". He's basically 6 feet tall, in my opinion. 5'10". Okay, but still, and I don't know how much he weighed then, but he's like, I mean, depending on how much he weighed, I mean, they say he weighs about 161 pounds. Um, I have benched a lot more than that, but yeah, but still, like, there's only so much. It just still is, and I even asked the cosplayers that too, just this, like, would if it came out later on and said that the mask has some kind of demonic purpose to it, or would you hate it? And he's like, no, I wouldn't, because at some points it's like, wait, like they are too strong at times, and that's always been one of my biggest issues with Scream is like the killers are fucking enormously strong for no apparent reason, and when they reveal who it is, I'm like how the fuck is that? Like that not possible? Like, and that one right there was utterly just no. I was like, get the fuck out of here. I was like, rage can only take you so far. Only take you so far. That no way. Uh, oh, Drew Barrymore's character was gutted. Yes, I think everybody was because it's Drew Barrymore. I grew up with Drew. I looked at Drew Barrymore as like a big sister. I watched her grow from a kid into the woman that she is now. Now she's got her own talk show and she's doing great on that show. But Drew, I always looked at Drew as like a big sis. And when she was in that show, it was Drew Barrymore, man. It's like, oh, she's the lead. No way they're gonna kill off the lead, but it was the biggest swerve. Yeah, she got killed off, and yeah, that was really such a shock. You know, and that became like the big MO for Scream. They would kill off like a big name or so, and that you thought, oh, they're like Scream 2. Who would they kill off? And they killed Jada and Omar Epps. And to me, I'm like, I hate to admit it, but I'm like, yeah, they're black. They knew it. I was like, yeah, they're gonna die first. And it's just how they died. It was just like, and don't deny, like, yeah, when you see blacks in horror movies, you're like, yeah, they're gonna die. They're gonna die first. If it's a person of color, they're gonna die first. It's just sad, but it's a trait now that we're starting to see kind of skip. They're starting to get out of that trait. Some trait, yeah, some of it. But yeah, it was a big shock. Why do you think Black Adam will fight Ego? Why was Tatum such a jerk to Dewey throughout? I have no idea. Tatum, as a younger sister, you know, I mean, see, I can't. I don't know what that's like to be a jerk to my siblings because I'm not. I've always been the loving brother that I have. I've always cared about my siblings and never wanted to make them look bad or treated them like dirt or I see that stuff on movies like The Jerk Big Brother and stuff. I look at it, I'm like, that wasn't me. Like, yes, Malcolm and there's a 12-year difference between us. 11, 12-year difference between them. And maybe that's the case. But even still, like if I still had my brother Cedric, who would have been a year younger than me, if I grew up with him, we would. I know for a fact we wouldn't have been at each other's throats like, you piece of no, because that's not how my family was raised. But when I see that, I'm just like, why do they do that in TV series or movies? The siblings are jerks or things like that. I look at them like that is stupid. Stupid to me. I can't. I can't with that. But Tatum, yeah, was a jerk. She's a jerk, and the way she died was just stupid. She gonna try to fit her big ass through a doggy door. Like what the stupid idiot. All right, let's keep going. Keep it going. Keep it going. Keep it going. We have Charles and says, yeah, I gotta admit, 2007 Ghost Rider is still a pretty decent film. Yeah. And seeing how curvaceous Eva Mendes was, Eva was showing off them curves in that movie, and I love that. Yeah, sorry, I like curvy women. Sorry. But moving on. And if Marvel vs. Capcom 4 existed with art style, would you pick up would you pick up RE engine or 2D cell shade like Guilty Gear? It's kind of 50-50. I think cell shade would work well with Marvel vs. Capcom. I don't necessarily think it needed to go 3D like it did. But that's why still people say to this day, Marvel vs. Capcom 2 is still the best in the franchise. And I will not disagree with that. I didn't hate 3, but I don't think Capcom will do a 4th because they to me 3 was lazy. They got lazy. And what I mean by lazy, Marvel gave them open access to all of Marvel characters, and they only choose that. It's stupid. If Marvel told me, hey Chris, we want you to make a new Marvel superheroes game. Remember that fighting game? You have access to every character. You best believe, you best believe that game is gonna have over 50 to maybe 60 characters in there. I would choose who I want. Oh, ooh, I'm putting okay, yep. If they said, well, if Capcom or whatever just said, okay, but you can only have so many, like, and they said, okay, what's the limit? You can have 75 characters. 75? All right, I got you. I got you. You would see bucket loads of characters in there, familiar and non-familiar characters. I would introduce non-comic readers to characters from all. Like you would see Blue Marvel in a Marvel. You would see Echo. You would see yeah, because they I would put Kamala Khan in a fighting game. You would see characters from the Inhumans. You would see all these different characters, and yeah, they're familiar characters, but you would see a lot of less familiar characters. And Marvel told them, you got access to all 5,000 of our characters, and they only gave us that. Terrible. uh and Charles, um um wait, hold on. Sorry, I lost my train of thought. But technically, there is a fourth. But I know what he meant, so you didn't have to jump on him about that. I know what he meant. So you didn't have to jump on him. I know what he meant. He probably never played Infinity, so no, it was that's the fourth one. But yeah, uh, well, kind of technically, it's like the sixth in a sense. But uh, yeah, it's like the sixth entry in the Marvel vs. Capcom series in general. But yeah, uh, it to me, it was iffy at best. Um, but I knew what he meant. Anyway, moving on. Do you think Jill should have had been more intimidating looking in Scream 4? I mean, shouldn't some of the executioners in general be more ripped, toned? But what's going on? Jill, Scream 4. Did Tony Chimble? Whoa, what's going on with Tony Chimble? Did he retire? Sorry, I saw something that's caught my guard. Okay. Anyway, um, let's move on. What time is it? Okay, we got time. I'll keep going for a little longer. Ooh, I might start skipping some questions. I'm seeing the same questions being asked, and I don't. Oh, um, man, crazy neighbors. What the hell are you doing? Um, which Blair Witch Project movie did you find the most hostile and gruesome? I don't like Blair Witch, so not a big fan of those movies. Why does it seem like Leatherface has teleportation powers? How is it he's so freaky, sneaky, and stealthy? You talking about? Are you talking about Leatherface? I've seen that more with Jason. Like and then pop, he's in front of you. I don't see that with Leatherface. The big kid that he is, I'm just like, yeah. Who is the most harsh or brutal Spider-Man villain so far? I will always still say Craven. And most harsh, yeah, brutal. I'll say Craven. Which Batman movie do you think was the most ridiculous or ludicrous? Batman versus Batman's Robin. Uh, by the way, I meant Savage Dragon. They're not fighting. There's no need for them to fight. Could an experienced veteran predator like Broken Tusk or even an elder predator take on and kill Spider-Man? Possibilities. Anybody. Spider-Man is not invincible, but it's the fact is you're not sneaking up on him. That's the problem. Predator, as good as that stealth camo is, his spider sense is way better than that. So he'll know, he'll know where, and he's gonna just move. He's gonna get out the way. Like Predator is gonna have to. He's gonna know, like, hey, I know you're there. Like you either stand and fight or not. Like that's the thing. And he's dealt with a hunter before, so that's. But I'm still hoping somewhere down the line we get Predator versus some of the Marvel heroes because Marvel has the Predator license to make comics, and I can't wait till that comic come out. In the Yaja culture, what is a what is a bad blood? What do you mean? Because what I did like about the added culture to the Yautja is the old school predator that we know, and the big super predators. There's a blood feud between them. I actually like that. I like that. Like the idea, like they don't all get along. The big ones think they're better than the smaller ones. Like I like how Lawrence Fishburne said it. They're like it's like dogs and wolves. They're kind of the same, but not. A wolf is a part of the canine, but is a lot more deadlier than a dog. So it was actually cool. I like that. I'm looking forward to the 900 issue of Amazing Spider. Yeah, I'm looking forward to that. Congratulations to Spidey. I think he already made 900 a long time ago, but I don't think because they classify the Superior Spider-Man as being a part of the Amazing Spider-Man. No, it's not. So that's my problem. Are you checking out the Wednesday series? Yes, I am. Jenny Ortega is killing it in every role she's in, and she's doing her thing, and I think she's gonna do great as Wednesday Addams. I haven't read any Ultimates in a while, as I'm not really a fan myself. Your description of Ultimate sounds like a sketch on YouTube. Racist Cat. I don't know, but I never seen Racist Cat. But yeah, that's how he kind of is. It's just like this doofus. Like, oh, I meant as uh, the most unbelievable and misunderstood parts of Charles. Oh, look at he's talking about. If Mothra gave Kong her essence like she did with Godzilla in King of the Monsters, do you think he would get lightning powers or some unforeseen side effects? Yes. Yeah, I think so. Matthew, do you really enjoy that Flash Thompson went from a outright bully to a full-fledged. Yes, there is a good example of evolution of a character. Flash Thompson was, what was Flash Thompson at first? He was the stereotypical bully to Peter Parker. Bully Parker, oh, Peter Parker, yeah, you'll never get this, everything. They became friends later on. And then later on, he became a soldier. He lost his legs, got the Venom symbiote, made the Venom symbiote much better than anything Eddie Brock and anybody else did. Then later on became anti-Venom, but yes, still he became a full-fledged hero. So yes, I respect Flash Thompson. Music lover KB. Hello, Chris. What's up? It's been a long time since I regularly tuned into your channel. Since great to see you. See you. You're looking like you've been doing well. Trying. Should there be a MonsterVerse fighting game, kind of like King of Monsters game? Remember that game, that old school game where the monsters would walk around? It was like a open world game, and the monsters would fight. I like that. That'd be cool. What do you think of Prey? I just talked about Prey Show Joe, but yes, I'm gonna watch it. I do recommend people to check out my friend Chris Notarelli's movie short called Warrior. It's under his Blinky 500. You can look on YouTube. Basically, Warrior, I mean, Prey is basically what he did before. Basically, the concept of Prey is his Warrior. And he's pretty upset about it because basically they took his idea but that's Hollywood for him. But I am going to watch it, and I'm watching it in the native Comanche tongue. So Hulu is going to have the options of the dialogue can be in, I think the movie is going to be in English, and then there's also going to be a version where the natives are speaking in Comanche because they're Comanche. So you're going to hear them speaking their native tongue, watching it in their native tongue. Because once I watched that trailer, I was like, this would be so cool in their native Comanche tongue. If it was Cherokee, I would watch it in Cherokee tongue because of like, yeah, that'd be great. DC versus Vampire, pass or buy or rent? Buy. I've read it. It's good. It's pretty good. Buy. What would the Street Fighter cast think of the Mirage Turtles? Badass, depending on who you're talking to. If Black Lightning was in the Marvel Universe, which heroes would he be interacting with? Luke Cage, Misty Knight, because more importantly, Black Lightning is still more of a street level hero to most people. So Luke Cage, Misty Knight, Daredevil, Spider-Man, but I can see the Avengers wanting him. I can see Anissa and Jennifer joining maybe the Young Avengers or so, or another subsidiary of the Avengers. Black Lightning would work well in the Marvel Universe. I think he would. I think he would work far better in the Marvel Universe than he works in DC, because sadly, to some degree, DC does not. They don't treat their characters of color as good as Marvel does, and that's real. I'm being real honest about that. They don't. They really don't. And they should, because he's a great character. He's one of my favorite DC characters. What was it? But what about the Rick and Morty anime? That officially happened. Yeah, the Rick and Morty anime. That was interesting. Street Fighter topic. Do we need more new generation fighters in 6? I agree with Gal, daughter, but what about Ken's son? I want to see Mel. I want to see a young Mel. I've seen images of people, art renderings of what Mel would look like, and they have him looking a lot like his dad. But yeah, I want to see Mel. I mean, we've seen Ken training Mel. Like, I would love to see that. I would love to see a more experienced Sean. You know, um, the situation of the CW shows on DC, me cancel or end it all and move on. Superman and Lois is probably their best right now because that does not feel like a CW show. And that's why it's good. And you can see that they care for that character. Being the fact that Warner Brothers and Discovery, that merger that's happening, we're about to see some changes big time. And I'm happy for that. Uh Flash, I think whatever season they're on, I think they got one more season. 8 should be their last because they have burnt every major Flash story and ran right through them without really giving it substance. Stargirl is still going on, and that's okay. I still don't like what they did with the JSA. Y'all know how much I love the JSA. Um, uh, and that's about it. And then you got this Gotham Knights bullshit coming. Fuck out of here with that shit. That's stupid shit. I mean, to get out of here. So yeah, it is what it is. All right, let's keep going. Okay, people answering me. I'm trying to see y'all. All right, here we go. All right, people talking amongst themselves. All right. Still on my hit list. I don't know because I don't see them. Most all of them, they're all gone. Most of them are all gone. So no. Which anime characters completely lack empathy, sympathy, compassion, understanding? Uh, Shishomaru, Shishio. Definitely one of them. I'd throw him right up there. Blade from Marvel survive in would Blade from Marvel survive in DC's Vampire? Yeah. Nightman and Moon Knight are both kind of Marvel's Batman. No, they're not. No, they're not. As well, like no, they're not. Moon Knight is nothing like Batman. People need to get that out of their head. Moon Knight is nothing like Batman. He is not Batman. Not even close to being Batman. Nothing about him screams Batman. He is not Batman. You want to know who Marvel's Batman is? Nighthawk, Night Thrasher. Those are the Batman of Marvel. Moon Knight, not even close. Not even close. Not nothing like. Shojo, have you watched Top Gun Maverick? Did you do a review on it? No, I haven't seen it yet. I will, but I will see it. I do appreciate that Brandy's character survived it. I still know I still know what you did last summer. I do not know how, but I was proud. I was proud, aren't you? Um, yeah, and I think the reason for Brandy surviving is because of who she was. I don't think a lot of people would want to see. At that point, Brandy was still a top, was like one of still the big R&B singers of all time, and I didn't think that we wanted to see her die. But yeah, it's hard for me to watch. Sometimes I still do. Like I'm kind of getting out of it now, but it's hard for me sometimes to watch horror movies and the cast, and I see that one of the cast is people of color, because I instantly picked them out. Oh, they're gonna die. Characters Latino, you're dead. Black, you're dead. And it's hard for me to do that because as much as the horror that I grew up on, all of the characters of color, if they ain't white, they ain't dying. They but if they but once I see, oh, there's a black casting member, there's a Latino, there's an Asian, oh, they're dead. But now you're starting to see that change. And it's kind of funny because at the same time, the roles are kind of being flipped with um with Jordan Peele's movies, you know, and people don't like that. There have been a lot of critics like, oh, why does he only work with? He always works with people of color instead of, and I love his response. He's like, there are plenty of movies out with a full white cast or something like that. Like, get over yourself. Like, I hate. I was like, there's a point of me, I'm like, bitch, shut up. Like, the movies are good. Like, fuck off. Like, Get Out was great. Us was fun. I'm looking forward to Nope. Indeed. And yeah, they are focusing on, but yeah, like, get out of here. Like, it just bothers me. Yes, in Us, we saw this character died over them, but still, it's I'm ready. Not to poke the natural disaster theme bear, but anger took Hulk Broly damn real far. Sorry, man. I had to say second. You said uh, anger took Broly far. How far? Because at the end he died. His anger killed him. And then fast forward to the remake, it's it was a far cry better than anything he was in the previous three movies. The reason for Broly's anger was stupid. It was stupid. Hulk is a different category because at the same time, where did the anger come from? Go read Peter David's run. You understand it better. Well, more importantly, his rage is more tranquil rage when it needs to be. Kratos, how far did that rage really take him? Hmm? How far? Because at the same time, it was his biggest weakness, and it was because of that where at times I stopped rooting for the dude because of his blind rage was stupid. He was stupid. When he killed Ares, okay, he became the new god of war. Then what happened? Power corrupted his ass. Hmm? Yeah. Didn't take him that far, right? Then he got betrayed. And then again it happens. And then this. His rage was stupid. So to see him evolve from that Kratos to the Kratos we got now is a far cry better. So there we go. Okay, you put Xena there. Xena had peace. She found peace in her life. So her rage also was is a big difference. When she needed her rage, yeah, but she blended that rage with tranquility. So yeah, it's a big difference. There, it didn't take them as far as you think it can. Doctor Who, thoughts on the new Doctor Who? I'm looking forward to it. I'm really looking forward because the actor who's going to be the next Doctor, I've seen him on I forgot what Netflix show, but he's really good on it. He has real good comedic timing, and I'm like, yeah, that's good. What would the Sailor Scouts think of the Mirage Turtles and vice versa? Uh, I don't know. I really don't know what to think. I can't even see them being together. Living Tribunal versus Lucifer Moonstar. Who wins? Living Tribunal. Will you be looking forward to Jurassic Park's 30th anniversary next year? Yes. Should I still know Should I still know what you did last summer had a completely different base destroyer other than Ben Willie and a better sidekick? Still, should you talking about that third crap? That one was stupid. Can't stand that. That was stupid. What Marvel villains? Here we go. What Marvel villains was from Cyborg? What Marvel villains do you see Defro interacting with the most? Wolverine for sure, and Captain America. Will you play Aliens Dark Dissension game? Hell no. Hell no. I seen the facehuggers in that. I'm like, hell fucking no. Nope. Hell no. Hell no. Hell to the no. Nope. Nope. Not a chance. Not a chance. Not a chance. All right, moving on. Uh Damn, what are questions? See, I keep missing questions. All right. All right. Stop. Okay, here we go. Hell no, yeah. I'm missing questions. See, damn it. Okay. I saw. Okay. Oh, well, thank you. I appreciate that. I just thought of another question. If you've seen Samurai Jack, really? I remember when Samurai Jack first dropped. So yeah, you forget who I am. I hate to blow up my own bubble on that one, but yeah, you forget who I am. What are your thoughts on the ending? I liked it. I liked the ending. The ending was very nice. Did you find Barry from I Know What You Did Last Summer unbearable and hard to stand? I really didn't care too much for those characters in general. Really, I didn't. They all had qualities about them that I did not like. I was like, even from the originals, run. I was just like, yeah. Um, it's Pride Month. What are your honest thoughts on pink kryptonite? And is there any more respectful, practical, and decent way to introduce it? I forgot what pink kryptonite does. Okay, I got it. There's a lot of the different colored kryptonites. I forget what it does. What does pink kryptonite do again? Uh, oh, okay. Are you really serious? Pink kryptonite is is a type of kryptonite that seemingly turns Kryptonians homosexual. Okay. What I don't like about it, now I remember. What I don't like that just is stupid. In that case of, and I got nothing against it and to agree because I was Pride Month was great, but that's just kind of I don't know. That more was from the Silver Age too. Like it just makes no sense. And the whole concept of pink is really a feminist color. But there's a lot of guys that wear pink, and it works for them. But I think it's stupid. I really do. I'm just gonna be honest. I think it's stupid. You know, could it be reintroduced? I don't know. Maybe. Some fans overboard with shipping character. I guess. Sorry, I haven't been very active tonight. Others are busy. That's fine. Please don't apologize if you're not busy. If you just come through to just say hi, that's fine. I'm not expecting, to stay for the whole thing. I don't know. Thoughts on the Resident Evil 4 remake? I talked about that. Will I do a live stream? I like what I saw, but once again, I still feel that if there was one Resident Evil game that needed a remake like they've done it's Resident Evil Code Veronica. I thought Code Veronica should have had it before the others. But I like what I saw. Will I be streaming it? Yeah, I probably will because it comes out on my birthday. Actually, it comes out on my birthday, so yeah, that'll probably be a great birthday present to me and stream it that day. But I will probably get my PS5 sometime soon. Um, I'm glad Samurai Jack came to a close. It was never to me. Samurai Jack was never meant to be a fully ongoing season after season after season. I like what they did. They gave it a proper ending. Like, yeah, he did kill Aku and this like that. He found love and then take away, but it was also to the point. It just didn't feel right not hearing Mako's voice come out of Aku. Unfortunately, the late great Mako passed away, so it was hard. Hey Chris, this is from Hello. We okay. Music lover. Hey Chris, I feel Man of Steel is underrated. It's way better than people think it is. Zack Snyder did a great job with it. David Goyer isn't as bad as people say. What do you think? David Goyer is a piece of shit. David Goyer is a piece of dirt, in my opinion. Because you know why? This is the same guy who ran his mouth off about everything Marvel has done. This is the same guy that said we will never see She-Hulk in live action because she's a terrible character. Oh yeah? How's that coming along? She got a series coming. Shut up. Man of Steel isn't that bad. Was the ending good? No, it wasn't. Because to me, Superman, there was other ways of dealing with that than what Superman did. Zack Snyder needs to keep his hands away from superhero property because he doesn't care. He doesn't care for the property. He doesn't care for the characters. He always wants to make his own version of stuff, and that's just how I feel. Did I care for his 4-hour Justice League? No, I didn't. And I know there were people who had such a hard-on for that. I'm like, what difference did it make? It's like this whole concept, bring back the Snyderverse. No, how about we get away from that? I'm tired of the dark, gritty stuff for every fucking character in DC. Not every character is dark and gloomy and gritty. It don't work for everybody. It don't. Get away from that. Snyder needs to keep you do your own thing. Do you, but stay away from the DC properties. How about that? People, so what did you think of seeing Jon Stewart, seeing how did you feel about seeing John Jones in Martian Manhunter? That was Martian Manhunter that was talking to Clark, and I'm like, when that first happened, I was not thinking, oh, that general is Martian Manhunter in disguise. I was not thinking that. Then they had all these videos coming out. Notice when Superman he didn't jump or back up. I'm like, you guys are reading into every detail now, just because now it came out that he is Martian Manhunter. Go out of here. Get out of here with that. Like that was just lazy and just poor. And then the whole concept of, they were going to bring in John Stewart, Green Lantern. Okay. But still, again, you talk about two lanterns that continue to get over pushed more than this one. Hal Jordan and John Stewart just constantly get the push before everybody else. And they're not even my favorite human Green Lanterns. My favorite human Green Lantern is Kyle fucking Rayner. And he gets shitted on every time. His own company, the shitstorm that character gets is ridiculous. It's ridiculous. Whatever this Green Lantern show that's coming on HBO Max, I'm glad they're going to do Alan Scott. Always got to show homage to the first Green Lantern. Yes, he is not, his powers don't come from the same, but he is the first Green Lantern. He always will be. Give him credit where credit is due. but they're gonna have Guy Gardner. Guy is not my favorite of the human Green Lanterns, but you know, and it seems like they're gonna bring in the newest human Green Lantern, Sojourner, in there. So we'll see where that goes. But outside of that, Man of Steel underrated is a strong word because it's good. Henry Cavill is a good Superman. He just has bad material as that character. That's just personally me. But David Goyer can kiss my ass. He is. Do you play? Do you play Star Wars Force Unleashed? I have those games. Um, King Kong. I have a strange web show connection where there's a web versus show called Fan War. Technically, my second episode I helped in. I'm not credited to clarify. We done King Kong versus Chaos. Okay, cool. Do you think Jenna Ortega could play Zatanna for DC? Too young. I don't want Zatanna being young. I want her in her 20s or late 20s or early 30s. I don't want a young Zatanna. That works for Young Justice, which is about to. I think today they aired the finale today. I gotta check it out and watch it. They got Zod and things like that, and Superboy. He was affected by the Phantom Zone so much now he's gone back to his normal state, and he's look like he got to kill Superman. I'm like, Jesus Christ. To clarify, Chaos from I know who you're talking about from Primal Rage. I know who you're talking about. That's a game that should get remade. Have you played Jedi Order yet? I have Jedi. I have a lot of games I have not even touched yet. So yeah, I do have that. Um, okay, somebody talking about Nolan's Batman. I think about 11 episodes I helped in. Okay, that's nice. That's cool. I haven't told anybody lately since that's fine. My brother and I are always talking about Superman versus Alien X. He believes Alien X would squash Superman. I believe it's more like Mewtwo versus Frieza. On paper, it seems obvious, but it is it really? Um, well, you think about it. Alien X, we know that they got to be on the same page. So right there is your problem, right there. Think about that. Yeah, so that's the problem right there. They have to be. They have to be on the same page. And why would they fight? Right there. There's the question. Why would they? If that's Ben, why would he fight Superman? That's why I don't like superhero fights. It's not, and this is no misconception. Superman is too smart to just go into a fight. If he's seen Ben, no way. I can't. I don't like superhero fights, especially for like just because they got the same ability now. Should MCU do a series on the Power Pack kids? Uh, yes. If if Ms. Marvel is as successful as I think it will be, yes. But I would wait to do that probably after later. I would do that maybe like in maybe phase 5 or something. Okay, thoughts on the Lorenzo Smalls again. You're killing me, Smalls. Thoughts on the Blue Beetle costume that that DC. You're learning. You're respecting your own lore. When I saw um I'm forgetting his name right now, and I don't want to butcher his name. When I saw him in that Blue Beetle costume, I'm like, now imagine the effects that they're gonna put to that. Perfect. I was like, yes, they got it. Who did JSA? Okay, who did JSA better? Legends of Tomorrow, Supergirl, or Stargirl? JSA is still kind of new to me. All right. Well, for everybody who don't know the JSA is before Justice League. They were the heroes before Justice League. They were first a part of their own universe. They were on Earth 2 before, Crisis. And then once that happened, their universe merged with one, and then they're part of the universe. Still, they were the heroes before Justice League. Who did the Justice League, the JSA better? I'm trying to remember Supergirl. Stargirl, I don't like their version. The fact that they killed off all the originals was stupid. I hate that. And then you have the secondary characters come in, the legacy versions of, like, I'm like, that show would have been so better if she was growing up, which she does, that she was growing up with the veterans teaching her to be a better hero. That's how I felt. If I'm gonna think of anybody, hell, even 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 Smallville did the JSA better. In that one episode, Absolute Justice did that. Oh my God, they did that so better. Supergirl, the Legends of Tomorrow, they did it pretty good, but then they could have been better because there were things on there that I did not like. I was like, once again, I'm like, Vixen was never part of the JSA, and but I love the JSA. I always have. I always loved the Justice Society of America more than the Justice League. Because that's exactly what they are. They stand for what they are. They are mentors. They're supposed to teach the next generation of heroes. To me, if I was in the DC universe and I was a hero and I want to learn from the best, I'm going to the JSA first. I'm going to be a part of that team first. To me, joining the league is more like, well, you've established yourself, and so yeah, you go there. But you want to learn from the best. So if I wanted to learn boxing, who do you think I'm going to? Bruce? I'm going to Ted Grant. I'm going to Wildcat. I'm gonna learn from him. Uh, learn from Jay Garrett, the original Flash. Learn from the original Green Lantern, Alan Scott. I'm learning from all the greats. That's why when Black Lightning he was done teaching Jennifer, what do you think he took Jennifer? He took Lightning to improve her even better. He didn't go to the Justice League. He took her to the JSA. He said, I want you to teach her. She learned so much under the JSA. But honestly, I don't like the JSA and Stargirl. I really don't. Could the Street Fighter cast survive a xenomorph hive? No. No, I don't think so. Will you be watching the Green Lantern series that will hit? Yeah, I'm gonna check it out. Honestly, as far as a huge Batman Joker fan, I absolutely hate the Killing Joke movie with a passion. Thanks to some people on YouTube, I did fully see the comic book series in question. Then I watched it. The Killing Joke movie, I did not like either. I didn't like this whole concept of Barbara and Bruce having a relationship. I was like, that's disgusting. That is just disgusting to me. I'm serious. I'm serious about that. That's just nasty to me. I'm like, Barbara, you and Dick Grayson, fine, but you and Bruce, nah. What the fuck? Like that's just disgusting. That's no. Okay, talking about that. Netflix topic. Have you watched Love, Death, and Robot series yet? No, I have not. After season 4, is Young Justice still a good show in your opinion? Yes. Here's a true fact about Otaku Con. Every single time someone says Bio Broly at the panel, no one watches it. I'm not kidding. It's terrible. It's a terrible movie. Still one of the worst anime movies. I've seen all of the. I've seen all of the Dragon Ball movies, and the Bio Broly, the Clone Broly, is the lowest ranking out of all the movies. Out of the 13 original movies, I don't like. It was stupid. The most hated. Okay. The most hated I got was standing up for Hiei for Death Battle. Hiei versus Sakura. It got pretty personal in the comments, and that's why I don't. I hate. Death Battle to me is stupid because Death Battle they don't know how to take source material over material that has come out from other. I hate them. I don't like them. I'm like, you guys, like when they did Thundercat versus they did Lino versus He-Man. They negate so much. Like, for example, the whole concept of the Sword of Omens. I'm listening to these people. I'm like, you clowns do know that if Lino and He-Man fought, the Sword of Omens will go zoop right into the ground. And Lionel be like trying to get it out because the Sword of Omens would instantly pick up on the pure heart of He-Man. Remember, Sword of Omens will not kill anybody of pure heart. We've seen that time and time again, and they negate that stuff. I've seen they'll take stuff from source material, not even from source, just from people's fans, and I'm like, what are you talking about? So that's why I don't like Death Battle. I can't. It's stupid. People just keep hating things in shows. Okay. All right. No questions. Heck, Obi-Wan recent to me is once again proving that Star Wars fans are pure hypocrites and okay. Yeah, let's talk about the crap that's coming out of that stuff out of Obi-Wan. I've finished watching the first 4 episodes and I love it. But I'm not gonna say all Star Wars fans, but I'm gonna say those so-called privileged fans that think they know everything. And one of the stuff that's coming out of from the actress who plays the second sister. Uh, they seem to just want to throw shade at her because she's black. If you are hating on a character because of the content of their fucking skin, you got issues. This is the same kind of bullshit that John Boyega, Miss Tran, and all of them had to deal with because of that. It's like, fuck you, okay? Go fuck yourself with that bullshit, okay? I'm trying to remember, did Samuel Jackson get this kind of hate from Mace Windu? Because if he did, it's stupid, okay? This show takes place 10 years after the original trilogy and before the next trilogy, New Hope and all that stuff. There are people coming on saying how how does Leia know Obi-Wan and all that stuff? And I'm like, what are you talking about? Like it was established she knew Obi-Wan before Luke. She knew it before her brother even met him. The whole that first hologram connection. Help me, Obi-Wan Kenobi. Like, what the fuck is wrong? Don't you know? It's like you don't know your own lore. You don't know it. And then there's people out here talking about, oh, well, that probably happened in a new lore. I'm like, what new lore are you talking about? What new lore? They're continuing the story from the prequels up until now. I love the fact that they're doing it, showing that somehow, in a sense, Obi-Wan has kind of lost himself. He feels broken. He feels as if he feels that he's a failure. And in some cases, he should feel that way. He felt Anakin. So we are seeing how he went from now up until when Luke sees him, and where he's back to being the Obi-Wan, back to being the G that he is. When I hear this stuff from these so-called fans, that's what I call them, so-called fans, it just shows me that you just think you know, but you don't know. You think you're right and everything else is wrong. You're a privileged piece of dirt. That's what you are. And the actress who was getting ransacked because of, I love that Ewan McGregor came on and showed his support. Even Anston Mount, who is from a different franchise, even came on and said, "This is stupid. She's doing a job. She is a fucking actress. Go fuck yourself if you're going out here ransacking people because of their skin. What are you, a child? You got nothing better to do than to go on the internet and say, "Oh, I hate this black chick, but fuck this bitch up. She don't deserve to be. Why do they have black people in Star Wars?" Go fuck yourself, okay? Go fuck yourself. Get out of here with that. It's just you're lower than dirt, in my opinion. You are lower than dirt. And if anybody has a problem with what I just said, fine with me. I got sign language. I'll use it. The Italians made it real famous. I could use it too, you know. All right. Let me see. All right, we're gonna get ready to end this. Uh um so was Wonder Woman. What about Wonder Woman? I'm interested in Zack Snyder's upcoming movie Rebel Moon. Yeah, why? Because it's his own work. Like I said, it's like Michael Bay. He's better doing his own work, but when he start touching franchises, he buries them to the damn ground. Speaking of She-Hulk, someone at Disney is responsible for her being smaller and more feminine than in the comics. Hulk was scaled down years ago, but this seems different. Would you agree? They they talked about this earlier that um there was earlier displays of that she was going to be a lot more bigger and more, muscular. And I think it came from a producer that was on it that talked about that. There's a whole article on it. It's real. Like, yeah, they wanted to make her more muscular and still be feminine at the same time. But there's this misconception that's always been with female bodybuilders and just females who got muscle, like they're not feminine because they got so much masculine. It's like I look at female bodybuilders with a passion of loveliness, feminism, and even just saying that's beautiful. You know, there's this whole misconception of that. Even like, look, even Wonder Woman. Okay, to me, my depiction of Wonder Woman, Diana, is not Gal Gadot. Don't get me wrong. I think Gal does a pretty good job as Wonder Woman. I don't hate her. I don't hate on her because of some of the other stupid shit that some people have said. And I'm apologizing. I'm cursing so much, guys, because yeah, when I see stupidity, yeah, that's when my foul mouth comes out. That's when the New York in me comes. I start coming out. I'm like, you stupid. Like, one of the big things is the biggest that she used to get was they used to say, well, her breasts are not big enough. What the fuck does her breasts got to do with the character? Hmm? You should hear the stuff that Gal has said that some idiot fans have said. These are those fans that need a life. They do. But for me, Wonder Woman is beauty, but she is also very not extremely cut, but you could see she is built like a brick. I've always looked at Wonder Woman like that. A tall, muscular, very more like a female, not bodybuilder, but a female fitness competitor. That's Wonder Woman to me. She should have that kind of body, not an overly muscular like the female bodybuilders who are very muscular. But if you ever see like female power lifters, you see how they look. I'm like, that's Wonder Woman. That's She-Hulk to me. I don't hate it, but I wish she was a little bigger. I wish she was a little bigger. The smart Hulk that they're using, has been slimmed down from what he was before, and I can understand what they're doing with that. But the fact that we're getting She-Hulk, and I'm like, this was a character I've been waiting to see for a long time, and we're getting her, and I'm ready for that series so much. So much. The first character to truly break the fourth wall. Sorry, Deadpool fans. Jen was doing it way before Wade was. So I'm looking forward to that. Star Killer from the Force Unleashed versus Cable. And Cable's not fully, his telepathic abilities are not fully there because he has to keep it at bay, the technovirus. So yeah, think about that. Yo, Chris, what's up? Hey, what's up? It's good, my dude. I'm good. I'm good, Jay. Yeah, I know it's Q. I know it's you. What's up, Q? Uh, have you ever watched any episode of Batman Brave and the Bold? Of course I have. Of course I have. I like Batman Brave and the Bold. Could Bruce Lee take on a predator? Or would the predator in question tear him apart? Why are you doing this to me? Look, if there was a predator coming after Bruce Lee, first of all, we're going hand to hand. Of course, Bruce Lee would probably get killed. Okay, even as good as he is, the strength wise of a predator, we saw what was happening. Look what happened with Arnold. Arnold got whooped. That was like a big deal. Arnold is taking a whooping. Okay, I'm sure Bruce would outspeed him, but at the same time, what's Jeet Kune Do and Wing Chun gonna do to something like a predator? Could you that predator's just gonna look at him like and smack out the way? It's you just think about that. No human has ever faced that I can remember has faced a predator hand to hand. I'm trying to think of it and won. I'm trying to think. I can't. It's broken down like this. TT helps you develop. You've been a come of age hero. JSA helps you master your skills and discover yourself. Exactly. That's one thing. That's why I love the JSA. It's like you take the JSA, they're gonna mold you and build you back up to that point where you're ready to maybe join the Justice League. But yeah, I love that. Obviously, a lot about superpowers. To you, out of all the powers you know about, which one is the most broken power? Broken. When you mean broken, do you mean like well, I don't I'm not really sure in terms of the question, but I can see telepathy and being sometimes because my issues with people who have telepathic powers is sometimes they don't know boundary. That's why I hate Emma Frost. I fucking hate that character. I hate her as a hero. She don't know no boundaries. Even as a hero, she don't know. She'll just go inside somebody's mind without even one. Here's what I love about Professor Xavier. He will ask you like, may I go inside your mind? He's not gonna. He doesn't do it as much now, but his old school, he would always say, may I look inside your mind? He always, even though he's one of the most powerful minds in the world, he always felt like, even still, I still have to ask. I'm not just gonna go inside your head and be like, okay, yeah, oh, Emma don't do shit. She just, ooh, okay, yeah. So that's how you are, okay. I remember she did that. She did that with Spider-Man, and she saw why Spider-Man is the way it is, and even she even had to like, oh my god, like bless you. Like she even had to cut back and like, whoa, okay, I can see why people you're so beloved now. The stuff, and she even apologized. She got to see Uncle Ben die, and Peter taking fault for that, and all the stuff that he's been through. Yeah, but still, she had no business doing that. She'll do that, and I'm like, Emma, you bitch. Like, okay, let me keep going. Okay, what time is it? All right, getting ready to end this. Okay, so remember the similar people statements of Ghostbusters with the female? Yeah, exactly. But that's also blame. You also got to blame a lot of that on the director too. You know, I don't know Hayden Christensen and Ewan McGregor. I don't know. Hayden Christensen are a big part of why I quit Star Wars for 20 years. I've, I'm finally a fan again. I don't know. I don't want to give that up. It's better than Phantom. You can't. Ewan McGregor does a great job as Obi-Wan to me. I'm sorry. And I don't even blame on Hayden. I'm like, stuff like that is weird. Anime topic. Do you watch or read Spy versus X? Yes, I am reading Spy Cross Family. I am reading that. Haven't checked out the anime yet. Carnage versus Darth Maul. Uh, Darth Maul, I guess. I don't know if you answered this question already, but what is your favorite Arrowverse TV show crossover? I do love when they do the big events. That was one thing I did like. Is this year Batman the animated series 30th anniversary? I don't think so. I thought of a risky question to ask you. You likely know about Emperor Joker already. What are your thoughts on his actions to China in that arc? Especially, I'm not reading any Joker stuff, so I wouldn't know. Michiko from the now the Canada is the beat a predator, specifically a okay, thank you. Clap clap clap. Facts. Q, who you clapping facts for, me or what I just said? I don't know. I'm just saying. Pac's birthday is next Thursday. Are you gonna watch his movies or bum his music? I probably will. I do so. I always do something for. I always do something for creators. I mean, for artists that I love. Like um, when it was the anniversary of like Michael's death, I just was blasting Michael Jackson music all day. The first, I think, not too long, was the anniversary of DMX's death or something like that. One of them, I was just blasting DMX. I just kept playing him, slipping and falling. I can't get. I was like, and every time shed a tear because I'm like, can't believe this dude is dead. Like I was just like, oh god. But Pac's the same thing. It's harder for me with Pac because one of the songs that I love and it is close to my heart is Dear Mama. Y'all know I lost my mom when I was 13. So it's very hard for me, still to this day. 40 now. I'm a 40-year-old man and it's still hard for me. And it's never gonna get easy, for me, because there's always gonna be something that's gonna make me think of my mom. I miss the smell of home cooked meals being cooked in the kitchen. That was something that I would wake up to because that was my mom cooking. Um, Certain movies will always be special to me. Those movies in general, one of them is The Lion King, because The Lion King for me is very special to me because that was the last movie I saw in the movie theaters with my mother before she died the next year. That came out in 94. She died in 95. Indiana Jones and the Temple and not Indiana Jones and the Last Crusade. is very special to me because that was the last Indiana Jones movie I saw in movie theaters with my mother. So there are special things, and there are musicals that my mom introduced me to that I love. Like, when you hear musicals, you're like, man, you watch those? I'm like, yeah, I like musicals. Um, like there's a musical I will, no matter if I see it, I'm watching it. And that musical is Seven Brides for Seven Brothers. Love that musical. I love that movie. I love that musical. And that was my mom got me watching that. It's a fun musical. It takes place in like Oregon, and it's about these seven brothers. They're called the Ponape brothers, and one of the oldest brother, Adam, he goes into town. He basically finds a woman, and she marries him. Her name is Millie. And then she finds out that, well, you don't really want a wife. You want a house. You want a cook to basically clean up for you and your six brothers. But over time they do fall in love, and it's great. And then it gets into weird stuff, but it's fun. It was a fun movie, and I love that. My mom got me into that. So yeah, but Dear Mama is definitely one of those songs. Like I hear that, and I'm just like, a lot of this stuff I can't too much relate to too much with my mom and his mother, but I understand it because there are certain things that there's this when he says, "Ain't a woman alive that could take my mama's place." That is exactly true. I can relate to that because no matter what, my dad, is dating and he has a girlfriend now, and I like her, but and I know, but there's no woman alive that could take my mama's place. And that's true. You know, and there's a scene where he's like, when he says, you know, whenever I was sick, you made me feel. My mother was the same way. I remember when I got the chicken pox for the first time, my mother was there for me every step of it. She made me feel, I was feeling like dirt. She made me feel so happy every day. Every day she would come in, she'd wake me up and do this and help me. And, I had chickenpox bad. Like I was so weak. Like I felt like depleted. Like it was so bad. I had chickenpox in my mouth, like my mouth, in my ear, under my arm. I had it bad. I had it looked like there were points like it looked like I had measles and smallpox. Like, and smallpox had been eradicated since 1980. But yeah, but she was there for me every step of the way. My mom, it's hard. It's very hard, and I'm getting misty eyed right now thinking about it. But I knew her more than my younger brother. Malcolm never knew her. He was one when she died. He don't know anything about her. So it is my duty and my cousins and I who knew her longer to kind of help him because he's more attached to our father, and my pops, and that's fine. And I love my pops too. My pops, took on the duty of two parents, So don't ever say that, fathers, I hate when there's no such thing as a good father. I'm like, bullshit. I can take a picture right now of a man and I say that's a good father right there. My dad, So yeah, I do read when it comes to like musicians that I love. I will blast their music. Prince. You know, I hate to even think it right now, but I can guarantee you when Stevie goes, yeah, it's gonna be that same way. Stevie, if he goes, it's gonna hurt. Hey, Chris, has there ever been a celebrity that's death really bothered you the most? Yes. Yes. Uh Stanley's death hit me hard because I met Stanley. I met him in 95 at a small convention in New York City, which was actually the Big Apple convention, but they were calling it something else then. And that's when they used to have it in St. Paul's Church in their big basement underneath the church. And he was there, and I got to meet him. I shook his hand, and I'll never forget it. He said, "How are you, young man?" And I was like, and I was just shaking his hand, and I just remember saying, "Thank you for creating Spider-Man, and it's just, and he was like, "Oh, you're welcome." And it's just things like that. And I remember that. So when he died, yeah, that hurt. When Robin Williams died, oh my God, I was a mess. I was a mess. It took me a long time to watch any movie with Robin Williams. If I heard his voice, I would cry. I was like, "Oh, jeez, I can't with this. I can't." Until finally one day I sat down and watched Bicentennial Man, and I was like, I got through it without even breaking down. So I was like, okay, let me try Aladdin. Popped in my Aladdin disc. I was like, all right, watched Aladdin, him and Genie. I was like, it's there, but it's not so bad. I can get through it. I can get through it. There's more, but yeah, those deaths, those hurt. Those very much hurt. You know, a lot is happening wrestling. The Judgment Day, Punk, and Cody's injury. Okada mentioned. What's your thoughts? All good. Cody, props to Cody going through that. Jesus Christ! If you thinking, oh, that was just makeup, no, that's exactly what a a pec torn pec would look like. And he went through that and won the match. Great. Punk had a successful surgery with his foot. That's great. Judgment Day, I'm a little bit what the hell with that, but we'll see. Okada, we'll have to see, but I'm all for it. Would Elektra and a live fire would make a bad couple? It depends. Do you have a favorite character in the Soul Calibur? Of course, Maxi. I love any characters with nunchucks. I love nunchucks. I've trained with nunchucks, and I love nunchucks. And so Maxie is my favorite character. He's my number one favorite character. About White Queen being nosy. Yeah, about White Queen. Yeah, nosy. She's fucking nosy. She does not know how. She does not how. She has no kind of concept of privacy. It's ridiculous. I hate Emma. Love her as a villain, but as a hero, get it. Do you have a favorite Image comic book character? Uh, I I would say the Witchblade, Sarah Pazzini. I know people say, "Oh, what that's Top Cow." That's Image too. I look at Image, Top Cow, same thing. Uh, she's my first. I like Spawn. Don't get me wrong, but I like Sarah Pazzini more. Um, uh, um, Here's a question: Diddy or Jermaine Dupri? Uh, Equal. I still have both my parents. One of them isn't doing well. I'm sorry to hear that. My wife lost both her parents from a young. I'm sorry to hear that too. We got married as well, and filed later. I also lost my grand. I'm sorry. I lost all my grandparents, so I haven't. I know what that's like. I have no grandparents alive. I miss them every day, as well. My grandmother, especially my grandmother, on my father's side, was loud. So, so she's from South Carolina. She was from South Carolina. My family originates from South Carolina. And so when she talked, she's like, "Hey, Chris," it's just this high pitched voice, and "Yeah, how's you doing? How you doing?" And she had that real Southern twang, so it's funny. My family owns land in South Carolina too, so if ever I left New York if I wanted to move from New York, I could go to South Carolina and build a house on land because the land is ours. It's in my dad's name, but see, I'm his oldest child, so it would pass down to me. Also, a few pets as well. I'm sorry. Uh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry about that. Um, Hold on. Somebody's. I'm tweeting. Somebody text me something. All right. Sorry about that. Okay, guys. So get your last questions, and because I'm about to wrap this up. But here we go. Last question. I apologize if I made you depressed. No, I'm not depressed. It's just I know what that's like. It's easy. Chris, what did you think of the Northman? I saw the Northman. I like that movie. That was great. That was probably the best representation of Norse mythology and Scandinavian culture that I've ever seen. Because most movies seem to get Viking culture wrong. That didn't. That did not, and I was loving it. I really enjoyed that. Even the way they depicted Valkyries, I was like, "Ooh, that's perfect." I was loving that. So I did love that movie. Uh, so let's see. Last question from Lorenzo Smalls. You're killing me, Smalls. Uh, Last question, Chris. What hero do you feel deserves a movie and a series? Uh, it doesn't have to be the same hero, does it? Okay, so I'll use a character that hasn't had either one. So let's go series wise. There's a lot of to me there are some characters are better worked through a TV series than a movie, right? For example, Moon Knight, good example of that. Better TV series as a series than just jumping into a movie because you get to explore the character more, especially if nobody who for people who don't even know Moon Knight. I know him, yes, but there are a lot of people that don't. But a TV series, another character I feel that could use a TV series, I'll go Cosmic, Darkhawk, Chris Powell. I think would work better as a TV series than a movie. Um, Darkhawk, for everybody who doesn't know, is basically Marvel's equivalent to the Guyver. One of my favorite Japanese characters. I love the Guyver, and that's pretty much it. He is just the Guyver. Alien armor, powerful armor, but Guyver can't fly like Darkhawk. Movie wise, um, I still want to see a Green Arrow movie. I still want to see a Green Arrow movie. I think Green Arrow now is to the point where he can do a movie. There's enough people who know Green Arrow's story. You could just do the movie, no problem. Definitely, he's one of them. Uh, Another character for a TV series. I've said this before. Punisher works both ways. He could do TV series and movie. Um, Luke Cage was great. Could do both now. But as a series, definitely a better series is Iron Fist. God damn, that needs a better series. You need a better. There's so many. There's a lot of characters, but yeah. But thank you, Smalls. Thank you, Lorenzo, for that, and I thank you again for becoming one of my newest Patreons as well. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Uh, you know, I appreciate it very much. I'm just waiting for you now to start giving me requests because it's up to you now. It's up to you. What do you want me to do? Because you are a gamma level member, so you get to request 3 videos for me to do. It could be anything. I'll do it. So I'm looking forward to you. So thank you, Smalls. Thank you. Next up, this is Q. You have my condolences in my heart, bro. I just lost my grandfather this year. I'm sorry. I also lost my grandparents too. So my dad 10 years ago. I'm sorry. I know what that's like to lose a parent, man. It ain't easy, especially if you were very close with that parent. I was close with my mother. I did a lot of things with my mother. Like I wrestled with her. I learned how to wrestle with my mom. Like it wasn't my pops. It was my mom. You know, so I did a lot of weird stuff with her. My mom was a tomboy. She wasn't a girly. She was a tomboy. So she would go out. She ran track and field. So she would go out and race with us, like and she was like, y'all can get a head start. And a lot of my friends would say, you know, Miss Bennett, we're gonna beat you, Mrs. Bennett. And then she'd be like, well, we'll see about that. And I knew better. And I'm like, so she says, Martin, go. We all running. Next thing you know, here it comes. All I hear is something pop, 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 pop coming down. And then she just look at us and be like, bye, and hit that second gas, and it'd be over. My mom was a track and field, so like, you could tell she had the calves, the legs. She was like, and my friends were like, yo, what the hell? Like, what do you, how'd she do that? I'm like, I didn't say anything. I would just laugh at them. It would be funny. But it's the good things that help subside the pain of her losing her. That's what I always tell everybody. Look for the good things, the memories, the good memories. That'll ease it. It'll subside the pain, but it won't let it go. I have one more question. I'll try and make it interesting. If you could pick any two fighting game franchises to cross over, which one would it be? Well, it won't be. It wouldn't be Mortal Kombat and Street Fighter because I don't see them working well together. It just does not work. If I'm doing a crossover game, it would be Tekken and Virtual Fighter. But if you want to do that, you want to go there, I would do a Street Fighter versus Fatal Fury, like, or something like that, or another Capcom versus SNK. There you go. That works better. Okay. Q asks, yo, have you read Banner of War yet and saw the Thor version? Yeah, I seen that. Woo. This fight is brutal. So yeah. That shit that Hulk did, like, was crazy. Like, Thor was like, now try to get up, Banner, and he ripped me on there through his. I'm like, good God. Yeah, it's been good. It's been good. I can see it. Thanks, Barry. Chris, who do you see playing Wonder Man in the Marvel Universe? Well, it was supposed to be Nathan Fillion, if I'm not mistaken. I remember it was supposed to be him. But you need somebody else to play Simon. Uh, fan casting, I would probably save that for fan casting 8. Well, but that's going to be exclusive to my Patreon. So, but somebody I could see. I don't know why, but I'm seeing Henry Cavill. He's one of those characters. He's one of those actors I could probably see him playing a Marvel out of the Marvel characters. I could see him as Simon. There's something about. I love Henry Cavill. And I think he could do it. If they don't want to bring him back as Superman, Marvel would be glad. I would if I'm Kevin Feige, and I'm hearing that they're not going to do anything with him coming back as Superman. I would pick him up right away. I would like. You're going to be on the contract. I don't know what character yet, but yeah, I want you. I don't. I'm not going to cast him as the Sentry because I want him. One character I see Henry Cavill play is definitely Brian Braddock, Captain Britain. Another one, yes, is Wonder Man. I can see him. I can see him being Cyclops. There's a couple of you. There's so many. Music lover, which do you think is harder to pull off? A TV series based on a movie or a movie based on a TV show, generally speaking? TV series based off of a movie. Because as we can see, they've tried a lot of times have done TV series based off of movies and they don't work. They don't work. Movies based off of TV series work better, especially in the 90s. Look at all those 90s movies that were based off of The Fugitive, one of my favorite Harrison Ford movies. That was based off a TV series from the 60s. Worked. It was great. It was great. So yeah, it works. Darkstalkers and Killer Instinct. That's you. I don't see that. I don't see that because once again, that's monsters, and I don't see that. That's just me. Maybe Mortal Kombat and Soul Calibur. I don't know because Soul Calibur is more of a weapon-based fighter, and not all the hero characters in Mortal Kombat use weapons. Thanks for the advice when come the loss of my dad. He would have been 50 on May 1st. And look, I know that feeling. I lost my mom. My mom was 37 when she died. Okay. I know that feeling. She was 37. She died 37. She would have been, her birthday's March 18th. So she would have been March 18th, 1958 is when she was born. So she would be in her 60s now. Up to, so I know that feeling. I lost my mom young. My mom had me young when my dad were in the military. So, and they had me overseas. So they had me and my brother, my younger brother Cedric, overseas in Germany. So I am a German citizen. I have dual citizenship. So yeah, they had me overseas and stay with her. My mom was like early 20s, like 23 when she had me. So yeah, my brother, I lost my younger brother Cedric. He only lived a day. He was a year younger than me. He would have been 39 if he had lived. So I'm trying to get off. Let's get off of that. All right. Who's the last question we got? Okay. Do you have any thoughts about Disney live action remakes of Little Mermaid? I'm concerned about how the animal characters will look in CGI, especially Sebastian the crab. Um, yeah, a little bit, but it is what it is. I mean, they did, they did, they did, they did Jungle Book pretty well, which I enjoyed. I enjoyed the live action Jungle Book from Disney. I know there's some people that hated it, but I liked it. I was like, this boy is really just act. Jesus Christ, my neighbors, guys. I have more neighbors around my neighborhood that got motorcycles than anything, so you hear that. But yeah, I love the Jungle Book. I thought that was great because that boy was pretty much acting by himself. And then of course, they did the Lion King, which I feel like they didn't need to do. And there's so much you could do with the CGI, but you can't have a lion laughing. Lions don't smile. Like it was just weird. I saw the teaser for the Pinocchio with my man Tom Hanks playing Geppetto. I'm like, Tom, that's an actor I want to meet so badly. I love Tom Hanks. I love Tom Hanks. You'll never hear anything bad about this dude. Never hear anything. No gossip, no bullshit, no nothing. Straight. He's legit straight cool. This is and the fact is he is the cousin to Mr. Rogers. He's legit his cousin. So how cool is that? He got to play his cousin in a movie. And that's so cool. And that was a good movie too. I love Tom Hanks. I've been with Tom Hanks since Jesus Christ, since he was doing TV when he was doing Bosom Buddies. And this is probably a little young for you guys. This kind of just shows my age, just how I can go back with Tom Hanks. But yeah, he's gonna be Geppetto, and what they showed in that teaser, I was like, okay, even Jiminy looks pretty good. I was like, all right, but it looks good. I was like, okay, it looks all right, you know. So it is what it is, you know. That Pinocchio teaser was pretty nice. I was like, and I love the Pinocchio, that series, and yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing Monstro when they show like how is that gonna play like get eaten by a whale? That's crazy. That's crazy. Even though it couldn't happen, no. Let me rephrase that. It could happen because it did happen to a guy. Somebody did get eaten by a whale, but the whale spit him back out because. But yeah, I can't see that. God bless, Chris. So thank you. I appreciate that. Let's see. Yeah, that one was excellent. Jungle Book that was good. Yeah. My issue is that the song Under the Sea is going to be look like a bunch of sea creatures floating aimlessly. Well, we got to see. Well, you got to remember, crabs are bottom feeders. They're on the ground. They don't swim. So, yeah. Um, Town Square, San Diego. Which JSA member will steal the show in Black Adam? My guess is probably going to be Doctor Fate, Pierce Brosnan's Doctor Fate, Kent Nielsen. I think he's going to nail that character. But I got to give Aldous Hodge a lot of credit as his Hawkman. Man, when he spread those wings, I was like, ooh, you go watch my reaction to it. I was like, ooh, that was perfect. And in Black Adam, it said that Hawkman is the leader of the JSA. So I'm like, wow, okay, that's interesting. But still, I wish there were more members. There are only 4. There are only Atom Smasher, Dr. Fate, Cyclone, and Hawkman. I wish Alan Scott was there. I wish Jay Garrett was there. I wish Ted Grant Wildcat was there. I wish there were more members, but it is what it is. Yeah, Tom Hanks playing Pinocchio must be the upcoming Disney movie. Yeah, he's playing Geppetto. He's playing Geppetto. Sounds pretty good too. Chris, will you go see the Elvis Presley movie? No, I don't know. I don't know. Yeah, I know Tom Hanks is in it, but I don't know. I'm not gonna watch that. I ain't gonna watch that thief. He is. Someone play is finally countdown song. Okay. Um, I was rocking with him since Splash. Splash was a good movie. Yeah, but yeah, like I said, I've been rocking with Tom Hanks since he was doing TV, and that was the Bosom Buddies, where he dressed up. He dressed up. Him and his boy dressed up as women. It was a funny show. It was funny. They were cross dressers. It was funny in that. But Splash, Party, Rough House, Hot. Jesus Christ, Turner and Hooch, Dragnet. Then when he did Big, and then you know, and then when he started getting more serious roles, and still to this day, Forrest Gump is my favorite, one of my favorite Tom Hanks movies. I love that movie. Even there's no actor I can see playing Woody than Tom Hanks. I can't see anybody else. With the Buzz Lightyear movie coming out, it's kind of easier for me to let Tim Allen's voice and Chris Evans, because I think Chris Evans has that voice. It's Captain America, man. Come on. It's like I can see him as, and I'm looking forward. Buzz Lightyear is another one of those must-see movies for me. So yes. Have a good night, Chris. God bless. Thank you. Captain Omni dropping the $5 for a on the plus. So I appreciate the $5. Thank you. Everyone wants Superman versus Black Adam. I want Black Adam versus Captain Marvel. First of all, you get a too sweet for saying Captain Marvel, because I hate when people say that S word. Shazam is the wizard. Billy Batson is Captain Marvel. Don't you forget it, okay? Don't you? I know Marvel has the rights to that name, but he is Captain Marvel. I wish. I know, yeah, people want Superman and him, which is fine. I would love to maybe do a crossover, do the Superman Captain Marvel crossover with them. That'd be great. Um, I would love. You know what I want from that? I still want Billy and Black Adam. You know, one of my favorite scenes from the Black Adam, animated, whereas when he has that woman and he's saying, "Is this who I was supposed to protect? Why? Because they are weak, or they are. If you crush an ant beneath your feet, do you feel remorse? No. Why? Because you are a higher being. This is what the wizard could not understand." And I love you got. I would want to see that scene live action, where he says, he's telling Billy, revert to your mortal form, and I will show them a benevolent deity. And then Billy just says, and you'll kill me. And he says, yes, I will. And I want to see that scene so badly, because that scene was perfect, because that's just Black Adam. Watching the trailer, I'm looking at it and I'm like, okay, they pretty much are keeping true to what he is. But when that one of the scenes, somebody actually put it on my and I know, guys, I was supposed to end the stream while away, but you guys got me now talking more, and that's fine. The scene where you got the guys in the Harrier jet and the pilot's like, "Yo, go down," and I remember somebody's wrote on my reaction saying, that this jet scene was funny as hell, and I'm like, it's funny, but it's stupid. It was stupid. Like, if these guys know what this character is all about, you got this guy flying, and he just broke. I'm like, are you stupid? Like, why would you do that? What I've also heard, somebody told me on my comments that Intergang is going to play a big part in the movie. I'm like, okay, Intergang, all right, but yeah, I'm looking forward to more. I want to see the Marvel family and Black Adam lock up. Like, I want to see that more than Superman and him. Don't get me wrong, that would be fun, to see Superman come in and be like, and Black Adam basically, or if it's Rock still saying like, who do you fight for? Like, and I would love to see if it's Henry Cavill saying, I fight for those who can't fight. I'm like, ooh, that would give me a nerdgasm right there, because that's Superman all the way. Like, yeah, And then of course him doing something magic and it hurting because we have not seen in the DCU Superman's vulnerability to magic. We have not seen that yet. We have not, and people forget that. Everybody thinks, oh yes, Superman is vulnerable to kryptonite. That's true, but magic is also his weakness. As Billy Baxton once said, you've always been weak against magic, and magic is what I'm all about. And it's sorry, I didn't mean to. I'm sorry, but I love that scene too. That's a good scene. But yeah, I would love to see that. Dragnet. Why doesn't Tom Hanks rap anymore? His son does. In Mortal Kombat versus DC, he's called Captain Marvel, surprisingly. Yeah, because that was before the whole lawsuit, before they went to court for it now. And the captain's dropping another 5. Okay, I appreciate that. Okay. Sabak is also going to be the main villain. Oh, really? Whoa. Sabak's going to be in that. Whoa. Okay. I honestly wish they would have made a new name for Billy. Yeah, I do too. I mean, I don't care if they had called him Captain Thunder, but just give him a name. Don't call him Shazam. And I said that S name. I usually don't say it. But yeah. Thank you, bro, for people always forget that. Yeah. I want Billy. I want Billy's. And if people ask me all the time, like, what are the upcoming Marvel, DC movies that you want? Because people know that I'm all about. I'm not just Marvel. I'm not just DC. I'm Omni. I'm all. I want all these movies to succeed. Some don't. Some do. And DC they do need the support because for one thing the one thing I will say that I will always give DC, at least all their property is under one roof. Under one roof. But the problem I have with the DC properties is that still DC, Warner Brothers, DC, they do a piss poor job of letting the creators do their own thing. They always have the studios always got to step in to make this movie, make this do this, do that. I hate that. That's a good example. A prime example of that is Spider-Man 3. I know a lot of people don't like it, and I'm one of them. But Sam Raimi never wanted Venom in that movie. He's talked about that many times. Sam Raimi to this day still does not see the hype around Venom. He does not. He's said that openly. He does not understand the hype around Venom. He didn't want Venom, and that was Sony's to put Venom in there. And you know what? They should have left him out of it. They should have left him out of it. Period. It is what it is. But music. Since you mentioned Toy Stories, I think it being Pixar's first movie ever, they hit it out of the park. Yeah, they did. I'm Omni too, though. That's good. Captain Omni. Yeah, see, he wrote something and he roasted him. I don't. I hope I didn't say something wrong, Omni, that you retracted your message. I like Captain Shazam. I say Captain Shazam in the comics. He's called the Captain, the family, Mary, Sergeant, Freddie, Lieutenant, Private, the kid. Yeah, but it's like I said, like he still is about the different versions of the gods. The lightning comes from Zeus. His strength comes from Hercules. Yeah, Hercules. The wisdom of Solomon. Things like that. And that movie, the sequel to, I'm looking forward to that. I am looking forward to that. I still wonder why they're using the same actress to play older Mary instead of having Melissa Booth, I think that was her name, who played Mary in the older Mary Marvel in the first. Like she had went on and said, yeah, she was scheduled to reprise her role. She had signed a 6-picture deal contract and everything. I'm like, and then when we saw them all in costume, it was the same actress who played Mary prior to her saying Shazam, you know. I'm like, whoa, she's the only one. And they kind of explained why. I believe they did, but it's just a little bit. I'm like, okay, I get it, you know, but it just makes me wonder, like, why didn't they bring her back? I mean, that could work, yeah. The upsetting thing is that DC had a 40-plus year gap on Marvel, but can't get it right because of green and merchandise. With there you go. Some don't get me wrong, some of the movies are good. I don't get me. I liked the first Aquaman movie. I liked the first Wonder Woman. 284. You know, I think they could have did a better job with Cheetah, and everybody knows like Tigra is another character from Marvel I want to see in the MCU, but I'm scared that she'll never come because of because of Cheetah. You know, like I always say, trust in Kevin Feige. That man has not let us down in terms of he said he could do it, he's gonna do it. I guarantee you, he is looking at all the X-Men properties under Fox and saying, we could do that better. We're gonna do that better. We're gonna do that better. Yep, we're gonna do that better. Because to me, whenever they bring the X-Men into Fox, please, their first, if you're gonna do the villains, we don't need Magneto right away. Magneto has been done to the damn ground. And I get Magneto is a core villain for but we need Sinister. We need, oh my God, I would love them to do Mojo. Oh my God, that would be so cool to see. I would love to see Arcade in Murder World. Oh my God, that'd be great. But Mr. Sinister should be played off like a goddamn boogeyman. Like he should be almost the equivalent. I've always said this. When they bring in Doctor Doom, one of my all-time favorite villains of all time, he should be Marvel's equivalent to Vader with a goddamn entrance music and everything. So when he comes on, it's like, oh shit, Doom's here. Sinister should be Marvel's equivalent to Voldemort. Like, remember how it was like, we don't say his name. Don't say his name. That's how it should be. That's how it should be. He should be a goddamn boogeyman. Like Sinister. So when he comes, it scares a lot of people. Like, Sinister's supposed to be scary. He's supposed to be downright scary. Like, play that off. There's so much things. The other thing, I'm open about this too, is don't throw every character in one X-Men movie. That's what was wrong with Fox's versions. They threw every character in there, and they still didn't, and it's still almost still centered around Wolverine. To me, Wolverine shouldn't even be in the first X-Men MCU X-Men movie. He should be in his own movie and come in the sequel as like they did. Like the sequel should be like a giant size X-Men homage. You know, Storms and Colossus and Nightcrawler, all those characters. To me, the core X-Men in the first movie should be the original 5. Beast, Cyclops, Jean, Bobby, Warren. If you want to throw 2 more characters in there, I'll go Havoc and maybe Lorna Dane or somebody else. But Wolverine, Storm, all those fan favorite characters should not even come anywhere near these movies until later on. They should be incorporated in another movie or introduced in another movie. Like, for example, people ask me how cool it would be if at the end of, let's say, the Marvels, they introduced, let's say Carol is somewhere and all of a sudden some woman jumps on her and is zapping her and that woman turns out to be Rogue. I will flip the fuck out if I saw that because I'll know who that is. I'm like, and just seeing Mystique come and say, thanks, very good, my daughter. I would have an orgasm big time. I'd probably piss my pants. Just saying. I'm just saying, like it's just saying that. Okay, so all right, what else did Captain? What? Um, let's see what else. Captain Omni. Uh, Captain Omni, you say. I mean, the main problem with the Shazam name, I could get behind it if they they did not have the family. I mean, if they could, it works. But as it is confusing, here's okay. I hear you. My biggest issue with the name is, let's say this. Say this. Here it is right here. Check it out. Somebody, Billy saves somebody, and they ask him, "Who are you?" He says, "Shazam." What happens? Billy Batson's right there. Identity discovered. It's stupid to have that name. Because what does he say when he turns in the Shazam? See, that's my issue with it as well. Um, I love the Marvel family too to death, by the way, but you can't have it both ways. Mhm. I mean, Captain Shazam is a whole other character, more comical than Captain Marvel himself. Fun fact: Captain uh, CC Beck and Oda Ben tried to make a Captain Shazam after Captain Marvel was sued by DC, which I didn't know that. Okay, that's cool. Hey, Chris, would you like to see a Captain Carrot uh, live action? Oh no, no, not really. I like Captain Carrot, but no, no, thank you. Okay, Q says the character choosing for the first movie was a fan choice thing. Most popular poll got us the Wolverine for so long. Yeah, I mean, you know, when you look at the first movie, they had so many characters. You know, they had a lot of fan favorite characters in there, and I get that fan service. You know, those are the familiar characters. But sometimes, with Kevin Feige, we know he likes to stick true to the source. You know, outside of certain things, like for example, there are a lot of people that think that the core team of Guardians of the Galaxy, that's the Guardians, and I'm like, no, that's not. I'm like, no. I'm like, no, 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 no. That's the secondary team that came later in the years. The original Guardians of the Galaxy is what we saw in Guardians of the Galaxy 2. The captain who Sylvester Stallone was playing, who Charlie 72, who Ving Rhames was playing, who Michelle Yeoh was playing, Star Fox, all those characters, Make Sure Next. Those are the core. Yondu. Those are the real. Those are the founding members of the Guardians of the Galaxy. Star Lord and Drax and Gamora, and they came later. And you talk about nerfing a character, Drax the Destroyer had just been nerfed to death. He's one of those characters. People ask me all the time, like, what characters have been nerfed in the MCU? I always throw Thor, Hulk, Drax, hell, even Mantis. Oh my God, did they nerf that character? They don't understand that character at all. All right, Chris, I am glad to tune in. Thank you. I appreciate it. I myself would be blown away if I the end of the Marvels. That would be crazy. Also, I would love to see Wolverine show up in a solo Wolverine movie with the main villain, Wendigo. That'd be great too. You know, like I said, I don't want every X-Men character just bunched into an X-Men movie. That was the problem. Even like, and then they, then they had to do the sequel, like, oh yeah, Beast was an X-Men. And I'm like, well, he should have been there. You know, they didn't do Beast until the third one. And it was like, yeah, okay, but he should have been there by now. You know, I didn't like the fact that they had, like, to me, having Mystique as a hero is bullshit. I hated that. I hate that. Like, if you go back to that first movie, we heard Professor Xavier talking about his first students. Never would have said, never did you hear Mystique. I hated that. I hated that. I hate that. I hate that. I really do want Rogue to have an arc in the MCU. Me too. And I think it'd be great to see her as the arc. Like she goes through an arc. She goes from being kind of the misguided villain, taken from, Mystique using her just for her powers, and then she learning, and then of course Professor Xavier gets to her and things like that. So, uh, Angel was done dirty in both versions. Hell yeah. Good God, Warren was done dirty. He was done so dirty. I can't. Here's the thing. Also, I'm a end my. If you guys get your last questions down, because that's this time I'm really gonna end it here. Here's my issue with the X-Men franchise with Fox. Fox threw a lot of shit at the wall just to see what was gonna stick. To me, the best X-Men movie they did, I'm talking X-Men, not solo movies, was Days of Future Past. That was probably the best adaptation they did. I was like, okay, this is good. But still, at the same time, there were characters in there that many people probably didn't know. Nobody knew who Warpath was or Sunspot was. And my God, did they do Sunspot just terrible in that movie. He's not the fucking Human Torch, but he looked like the his powers are not fire based. It's more solar based. Why he needs the sun to kind of there's a part of me that doesn't understand why Sunspot is not an Omega level mutant. I'm like, if you go down the list of shit that guy Roberto can do, oh my God. And the other thing people always ask me why you don't like is the whitewashing of that character. Oh my God, the whitewashing of that character. It's like, is that what you think all Brazilians look like? He's Brazilian, yes. But you know what he is? He's Afro-Brazilian. So he should be looking more like Pele than anything. But nope. And even the co-creators of that character were like, that was disgusting. That was terrible. They hated it. They hated it. So yeah. Characters, they could be like, to me, you could do Wolverine. How about doing Alpha Flight movie with Wolverine on it? We see those characters. Oh my God. I've always said that this would be the perfect time to showcase other premier teams. So while the Avengers are down right now, showcase Canada's premier team, Alpha Flight. Showcase Europe, England with Excalibur and in my opinion, I would want to see a MI13 show more than Excalibur. You could put Captain Britain on there. One of the biggest thing I'm hoping to see in the Blade movie, because the Blade movie is about to start filming. Hopefully, they announced that Blade is from England. People forget that. People don't know that Eric Brooks is from England. His mother is from a British who worked in a British brothel. People always think, oh, he's American. No, he's not. He's not American. He's English. They brought that up way back in the day. But when they did it, remember the Blade anime, and they showed that in there, I was like, thank you. So that would be really cool to see Mahershala Ali maybe cracking a British accent as Blade. If it doesn't, that's fine. But that was some of the big thing I nitpicked at Black Adam. I wish Black Adam, he had the pointy ears. I wish Rock went with a dialect coach to maybe speak more Middle Eastern, like have some kind of accent, because Kandahar it's very Middle Eastern. It has that. So I really wish that. But outside of that, I'm fine. So damn dirty. Captain Omni, do you think Fantastic Four should be the movie to bring the Inhumans back? Absolutely. We know they exist. Okay. What we saw in Doctor Strange, those are variants. So we know these characters still exist. To me, they're not connecting the Inhumans, what we saw in that garbage TV series. But to see Anston Mount in the Black Bolt costume, fucking almost had a heart attack. I'm like, oh my God, he looks beautiful. When he came down with the wings, I'm like, oh. And I'm like, the costume matters. Costumes matter. To see him like that, I was like, that was beautiful. So if you want to me, the Inhumans should have stayed a movie. They were supposed to be part of phase 2. They should have stayed a movie, never a TV series. They should have stayed a TV series. Should have stayed a movie, but they didn't. Why? Who knows? Because of just sheer stupidity and ego. Pure Mutter and all them other non-stupid Loeb, all of them. Now that Kevin Feige basically, he's the top dog and he could, man, bring the Inhumans back. Bring it through them, through Fantastic Four. That'd be great. Lockjaw and all of them characters. That'd be great. Man, Rogue is my favorite. Rogue is my favorite female in comics. Not just one of my favorite X-Men. She's my favorite female in comics. I love Rogue. So I understand the excitement. I was excited to see her in the movies, but was disappointed. They basically made her Jubilee. Yeah, they did. They made her Jubilee, which is sad because Jubilee would come later. Wesley makes people forget it because it's a standard. True, Wesley. And I always felt like what would have been cool is for Marvel to say thank you to Wesley by having him play Jamal. But to me, I think they're going to have what is his name? Oh my God, I'm forgetting his name. Fuck. I hate when I forget actor's name because then I'm not gonna sleep well if I don't. Delroy Leonard. Leonard is probably gonna play Jamal, who Blade's real teacher. This is something that I think a lot of people, this movie is gonna do right. Once again, Kevin Feige loves to stay true to the source. So for everybody who doesn't know, Albert Whistler doesn't exist. Whistler was never real. Blade was taught by a man called Jamal it's an African name. He was a jazz player, but he was also a vampire hunter. And he taught Blade to hunt vampires. And then when he got bit, Blade had to kill him. And so, yes, that's who I think Delroy Leonard is playing. But it would have been really cool if it was Wesley playing him, because that would have been I would have chose Wesley. Like, thank you for what you did for Blade, but this is for you. But Wesley he's showing no grudge. He hopes Mahershala Ali does a great job, and I thought that was a great casting too. That's one thing about Marvel. Marvel casts great. They do. They really cast. Sometimes it takes some people to really like, wait, really? And then they like, okay, I saw it now. You know, there were a lot of people that were against Chris Evans as Captain America for a while. But I'm like, he's going to nail this character. What happened? He nailed that character. So, yeah. So when will your next live stream be? No pressure. Next stream will be at the end of the month. So we're probably going to hit it probably June 26th or so, something like that. That's usually I do it one at the beginning of the month and the end of the month. Those are how I do it. So that's probably when it's going to be. Captain Omni says biggest problem was making the Inhumans a mutant stand-in. I love they got pushed, but not at the expense of the X-Men. I can feel you on that. The Inhumans in general are not mutants. They're not the same as mutants. They don't go through the same problems as mutants. And that was my biggest issue with Marvel was doing for a while, was making the X-Men come off as the bad guys when they did these crossovers. Go back all of them. Humans versus X-Men, Avengers versus, it was like they were coming off as a bad guy. And a lot of them just was like, a lot of them was stupid. I hate that. I was like, and the X-Men should have known better too. Like, X-Men, how many times have y'all done with the Phoenix? Y'all know the severity of this. So why are you fighting against the Avengers on this? It was stupid. It was really stupid. I hated that. And that's another thing. And I think Kevin Feige may stay away from. Don't do it unless you're going to do it right. Stay the fuck away from the Phoenix. Unless you're going to do the Phoenix right, stay away from it because they still have failed with that. If you're not going to do Apocalypse right, stay away from it. Just stay away from that character. I mean, Jubilee has that Generation X movie, but technically it was never released. And yeah, it was a TV series. Favorite favorite female in comics is She-Hulk. She-Hulk's up there too. She-Hulk is in my top 5 favorite female in comics. Isaac Perlmutter. Yep. No, why are you hiding that? Show that. Stupid. I know what Perlmutter is the idiot for a reason. Yeah, I said the same thing. I put her. Chris Evans. Yeah, Chris Evans kills all his comic based films. Chris Evans, and that's why it's hard for me. I don't believe Captain America is dead, and I really feel that one of the big things I think for the one of the big things I feel for one of the MCU, one of the big things I wish they didn't do in the MCU and in the comics is get rid of Shield. I think Shield should have still be around, and I think Cap should be the new director. Old Man Steve should be the director, and have Coulson and Daisy Johnson, Quake and all of them as some of his, and he should have the superhuman division of Shield. So there should be some superhumans that he would have with Shield. But I really wish Shield wasn't dead, and I feel that Cap isn't gone. I don't feel that way because they missed an opportunity for Steve to call Sam after he gave that great speech at the end and be like, "I'm proud of you, Sam. I chose wisely," because I would have loved that. I would have loved that. I would have loved seeing that. Yes, same thing. Okay. Inhumans have more in common with Game of Thrones than they do with superheroes. Game of Thrones, and I would say the Eternals to agree, but yeah, definitely, because it is all based on family. It is Black Bolt, his brother, Maximus the Mad, all that stuff. But don't get me wrong, I love Medusa, Queen Medusa. I love that. My favorite Inhuman is Karnak. I love Karnak because I practice martial arts. I've studied martial arts since I was a kid, and I've always liked Karnak because he was a martial artist, but he knew where every weak point was. He can look at you like, oh, your center, your weakness right here, pot, and just hit it one time. You go down. Like I love that. I love that of Karnak, and I would love to see them do it again, but do Karnak better, where he looks more like his. No, I really don't want him to look too much like his comic actors because Karnak got a big head. But no, you know what I mean. But yeah, imagine they do Captain America 4 and Chris Evans is back, but it's not Steve Rogers. It's William Burnside posing as Steve Rogers. That's how we handle the Hydra Cap story, Sam versus fake Cap. Well, there's still we know Captain America 4 is being done. We don't know who the villain is going to be, and personally, for me, who would I want for the villain? I would want them to do for Captain America 4 who they were supposed to do for Captain America 3. Captain America 3 was not going to be Civil War. It was going to be the Serpent Society. I want the Serpent Society. I want Sam to deal with that. I want to see Joaquin come in as the new Falcon. So yeah, I would want that. But it'd be cool. But I don't want to see no fake Hydra Cap. I really don't want to see that. I don't. I don't know. I just don't want to see that. It's bad enough. Like, because in the Gray Man, that show, that movie that's coming on Netflix, Chris Evans is the bad guy. I don't want to see Chris Evans as the bad guy. But yeah. Okay, so that looks like that's all the questions. First and foremost, guys, for everybody who stayed around, I want to say thank you. Thank you so much for staying around, guys. I will be back June 26th for the next open mic Q&A. So bring your questions, come hang out. We hung out for almost 4 hours. I appreciate that. And we just talk geeky stuff, and that's great. That's what this is all about. Just me, the Omni Geek High Lord of New York, with his other High Lord, geeky High Lords, just having fun. And that's what it's all about. So I want to thank Q and some of the late goers, Captain Omni, for sure. I want to thank him for coming through. Even though it was late, but thank you for coming through, and I appreciate the super chats. Appreciate that. They will go to good use. But I appreciate that. You don't have to, guys. There are people that ask me, do we got to do super chats? You don't have to give me super chats, but if you do, I appreciate it. It's very humbling. But other than that, guys, thank you, guys. You have a good night. Enjoy the rest of your week. Have a good weekend. Be safe. Stay tuned. Keep it real. As always, guys, you guys know my slogan. Stay tuned. Keep it real. Peace. One love. Stay tuned. Keep it real. As always, I'll see you guys next time. And remember, remember, being yourself is your greatest superpower. Remember that. As always. Deuces.